You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Well, there it is, the father of waters, what they've always called it, the mighty Mississippi River, not the Mississippi that flows by Memphis or Cairo. This is the upper Mississippi here, and this is the end of the road for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series 2025. What a long trip it's been starting. It seems like a long time ago in Florida. Our live coverage here on Bassmaster Live. Thank you for being here. Live coverage brought to you by Garmin today. You will see a lot of beautiful, beautiful scenes like this as this mighty river, which heads up way north of the Twin Cities, Lake Itasca, comes all the way down here and is in a series of locks and dams and pools. Let's take a look at the big story to start the day, big story of the week, the Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year. And look at that race right there. For the first time ever, 1 and 2 are tied. Trey McKinney, Chris Johnston, each with 690 points. 40 points back, Kiskoya Fujita, and 2 behind him, Jay Shakurin. Going to be a great story to follow throughout this. Let's look at throughout the year. And there's Chris Johnston there, never missing a cut, never finishing higher than 31st place, but no top 10s. But incredibly, he's in there. And Trey McKinney started with an 89th on the St. Johns River, but followed it up with 5 top 10 finishes to get where he is to start this day. And the final reckoning are these 4 days of fishing here on the upper Mississippi, La Crosse, Wisconsin, our host city. 101 anglers. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukan as we get ready to get you started, guys. And it's takeoff time. The takeoff starts now. So we're going to take you down to La Crosse and these 3 pools down on the Mississippi River. We'll get into that and who's fishing where as the day goes on. But right now, let's hear from one of our leaders, Trey McKinney, in this points race.
What's going on, guys? Here we are, last event of the season. We got 4 days left of fishing, and it's time to go hunting. So I'm excited for that, but more or less, well, we got a job to finish. And you know, after last year and happening, you know, it creates a lot of nerves. You know, this is a title that is very hard to get, and we've been blessed enough to have 2 chances at it, and here it is, the second chance. So we'll see what happens. We're getting ready to put on a life jacket, go fishing, man. Practice was terrible, and that don't matter though. Today's the day of fishing, whether practice was good or bad, and you know, however his practice, we both got to catch them. So got a lot of rods on the deck, but a lot of different ways to find out if we can catch 5 of the right ones. We got 2 minutes ready, and we got to catch over 14 pounds. I don't know how or whatever way, but we got to catch over 14. So here we go.
What's the feeling this morning?
Not near as much pressure as last year, to be honest. Even though I'm tied, I don't feel the pressure because no one expects me to win this one going into this tournament. Whereas last year, everyone's like, oh, he'll just show up and win that tournament, which is obviously not the case. But this one, I don't feel the pressure as much. I'm just going to go out, and it kind of is what it is. I'm going to have fun. Kind of going to fish old school the way I grew up. Within 10 minutes of my house, we have a bunch of rivers and lakes that look a lot like what we're going to be fishing today.
10 minutes away from kicking things off here, the final stop of the 2020.
I'm going to throw a Spro bronze-eye frog, and to be honest, I need to get 2 or 3 good bites on that frog to have a good day. And then I got some other areas where I think I can get keepers, but the key is going to be getting some frog bites. And like I said, it's going to be fun. Hopefully they land on my frog. In practice, I've had some jump over it, and like they miss it. But hopefully today they just want to eat it and we can get them in the boat. It is what it is at this point, and we're just going to have fun.
Chris Johnston, Trey McKinney are 2 co-leaders, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. And that's some scenes from the takeoff going on right now. Wow, well, that is a strange sight right there.
What
I don't
was
even
that?
want to know about. They all launched their boats there at Veterans Freedom Park. They go across the way to Copeland Park for the takeoff there, and later, also in Copeland Park, is the La Crosse Loggers Stadium. That's where the weigh-in is. Nice new tradition here, recent tradition. And just an incredible day today. Great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live. I'm Tommy Sanders, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukan. We're all here ready to go with 7 hours of programming, taking you through the first of 4 days of competition if you can get 4 days in and to end your season, you're doing something right. And then we'll see who that is, and we'll start to get a clue very, very soon. Our anglers are en route now to where they're going to set up. And guys, we got a great race going on. I mean, that overshadows 2 great races, as a matter of fact. We didn't even mention the other one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, 3, 4 great races, Tommy, because you have Angler of the Year that'll be decided this week, Rookie of the Year as well. Those are tight battles. The Classic cut line's very tight. We're going to have anglers, the Bubble Boy anglers, Pat Schlapper and Brandon Palaniuk, last man in, first man out on camera today. That's just narrow, negligible 3 or 4 points between 5 anglers there at the cut line for the Classic. And then you got to think about requalification. There are some anglers that are right there on the bubble that top 70 in points, 71 in points, will save them, and the others are looking at the career averages. So every single ounce is going to matter this week. We talked about it at St. Clair. 4 ounces separated Jay Shakir from being able to gain points, and now he's almost boxed out of the AOY. So every point, every place is going to matter this week. I
hope you can help me I can't keep track of all this. Such is here as well. Such, and you said there's a couple of numbers we need to think of.
29. Trey McKinney wants to become the 29th angler to win an AOY in the 55 years. He'd be the youngest ever at 20 years old, 6 months. Chris Johnston wants to keep it at 28, become the 13th angler with multiple AOYs and only the 4th to win successive.
Yeah. And don't forget, this is an incredibly fun place to watch a fishing tournament. Now, it's not going to be big giants like we had last week and a few other stops on the tour. Maybe 11, 12 pounds a day might get you in the cup.
Well, and I had a hot take on our podcast this week was people were saying, like, well, what is he meaning by this? I said, this is kind of a bad fishery to have the AOY on because we don't get to enjoy the fishery. We are enjoying the races.
Right,
and so we're all thinking about AOY and ROY, but if we just had 4 days on the Mississippi to take in all the sights and sounds and the frog, we would enjoy this fishery a lot more based on, not having those races like we have at Okeechobee earlier in the year. We're looking at Okeechobee, not the races, but when we get down to the end of the year, you want both. And so we do get the best of both worlds.
We have to have discipline. We have to make room for all of that to enjoy this great fishery here. It is truly unique. It's 3 different pools, and we're going to talk about all those places. They each have a different character. They've got so many different opportunities to catch fish. And let's take a look at our cut line, because 2 of the anglers we have on camera today, as you mentioned, Ronnie, the man above and the man below, the bubble guys here on that cut line to make it to the Bassmaster Classic for 2026.
And it probably couldn't be a better duo. Pat Schlapper in his home state, coming off a win this year. Brandon Palaniuk has a win this year as well, and now going to a place that he's got a lot of good and a lot of bad history too with stuff in the past. So you're going to have 2 anglers that have won this year. And if you're wondering, in 2014, at the end of that season, that was the last year of winning in for Elite Series events. If you won an Elite event, you made the Classic. Anglers voted no, we'd rather see it based off points, so they decided to take that out. That's why those 2 guys are not in the Classic currently. They have to do it by points. The winner this week, though, season-ending event, does get a berth in the Classic.
All right, let's get out to our co-leader in points, and he is set up and he is hooked up. It's Trey McKinney.
There's so many there.
Did you think a 6 to 7 inch swim bait would be the first catch we'd see on Bassmaster?
I did not. Did you?
No, I did not. We have seen Brandon Palaniuk use it in the past, and
what is going on?
Trey McKinney's found some water that is suitable for it. It was
Somebody
part of Cody Stahl's win last year in the Open.
First to launch, first to catch a fish. Back in the lead.
Looking for his ruler here. It could be 14 inches, both smallmouth and largemouth here. Legal. Use in your limit.
It's just a way to start this. It's a 14 incher, but red. Oh my goodness, what is going on?
doing some
What is
housekeeping,
going on
Tommy,
with
to
this?
start the final event. This isn't the first event of the season. This is the final one.
Yeah, this is probably ought to have that straightened out by now, but everybody works different.
What if someone stole his ruler, Such? They had an off day yesterday. What if someone stole his ruler?
Or bounced out of his boat the day before yesterday.
He's going to have to use that iPhone function where you measure it with your iPhone.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it was 12 inches, I got a 12 and a half shoe, I would just kind of eyeball it that way,
I guess we're just going to film like that. Well, let me refill. I got to get back out there.
You also use a cooler. Or you had a nice leg tattoo.
Yeah, we make fun of John Cox, but at this point, you would need that.
Yeah.
Handy to
Who's
have more
laughing
than
now?
one.
John Cox.
My only advice to Trey is catch them so big that he's hooked up again.
That works at every event.
Not a bad one. Blue.
A couple of keepers and Trey McKinney avowing that there are many of them in that spot right there. So we'll keep our eye on that. His rival at the top of the list is out there somewhere as well. Brandon Palaniuk, though, a little further back in the points, has to wait until launch time for him.
All right. It never fails that when we come to La Crosse, this river, there's some sort of drama. 2013, I was on pace to win. Unknowingly cold on the wrong side of the state line at that time. That was not legal, and I got my weight DQ'd the second day. And last time we were here, I was in a battle race for AOI, and this time we find ourselves in a battle for the classic cut line. I don't look at points. I haven't looked at points since 2014. But I know that we're going out in order, and I know that we're in 43rd right now. I don't know what the point gap is. It could be tied with the classic cut line. We could be 20 points back. I don't know. What I do know is that today we have to catch them, and then tomorrow we have to catch them. The goal is to catch them well enough today that we keep this camera in the boat, because then that means we made the top 10. Yeah, we want to solidify ourselves in the classic this week. So last year was the first year I'd ever missed it, in all the years of fishing the elites. So I would like to make sure that's the only one I ever miss. And next year it's in a pretty cool venue. Knoxville's a special place. I got a lot of history there. Venue-wise, it's amazing. The fans show up. East Tennessee has always kind of felt like a second home to me, so I'd like to make sure I made it there.
Brandon Palaniuk, he's the classic example of someone who never gets to enjoy this place because it's always stressful for him. 6th time for the elites to come here to this stretch of the Mississippi River. And Brandon has been a part of the story, a whole lot of those. Back to Trey McKinney.
Come on, eat it. Oh!
Definitely 5 or 6 dotted up there, Tommy, that are grouped up on this place in the river. Like we expect, they're all the same size.
Yeah.
he is not. He is not. He is not fishing here, so you might as well forget about it. Yeah. Me and him are despised enemies.
Three real fast for Trey McKinney. 3 keepers in the live well there on his way to an early limit. It would appear at this point. Weather here just perfect this week. Lows in the low 60s, highs up around 80 on average all the way through the end. Maybe a little bit cooler for the final 2 days here, but not that much. It's just really good. No storms, but there have been a lot of rain in this watershed. There's been a ton of rain over the past couple of weeks, and that is going to affect the character of a lot of important spots in these 3 pools of the upper Mississippi River. So the 2025 Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite here in La Crosse, Wisconsin is underway. Glad you're here. '25 Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Just getting started here. Those pelicans there just thinking about getting started south. They got to do so before too long. We're up north. Upper Mississippi here, La Crosse, Wisconsin. A lot of boat traffic through this part of the mighty Mississippi, which drains about 1/3 of this nation here. And it weaves its way through these incredible 3 pools that we are situated on today. Trey McKinney, who is our leader, obviously in Pool 8. That's where the takeoff is. That's where the weigh-in will be there at Copeland Park. And got a couple of our anglers who just launched there. We just heard from one of them, Brandon Palaniuk and Pat Schlapper, the man above and below the cut line for the Bassmaster Classic 2026.
Run up on top of it. That one will keep. Stay on there. I don't really want these boats seeing me reeling one in as they're going into the lock. But we also need this one in the boat. Okay, we got one. Try to not, oh, look at that. Look at this. There's my bait. There's someone else's bait. Someone broke this fish off with a topwater. How crazy is that? Like, obviously he's surviving, but I don't know. I'm gonna call Lisa. I'm pretty sure like I can just leave that in there. I always have the most random questions for her.
He didn't want to be seen catching it, Tommy, so let's just take extra long and have a big top water in its mouth and just all the possibilities now.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey, I always have the most random situations for you. So I just caught a bass and it has a topwater stuck in its throat. I don't have to remove that, do I?
It has a bait?
Yeah, like it has a hard plastic topwater stuck in its throat, but I caught it on a Ned rig.
So you can bring it in and we'll remove it. You cannot weigh it.
Okay. I just don't, like, it's got a treble hook.
It has to be natural causes that we wouldn't remove it, but that's not natural.
Okay.
So when you bring it in, we'll remove it. You can't weigh that.
Okay, well, hopefully I don't weigh it because it's not very big, but okay. I don't have to take it out to put it in the live well because I don't want to kill it. It's got it like a treble hook and a whopper plopper swallowed down halfway in its throat.
Yeah. No, you don't have to remove it. We
Okay.
can remove it if you present it to us.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Well, they're still here. That was one of the most random things ever. it's got a topwater stuck in its throat. But I guess they'll remove it when we get there.
Can't weigh it, but he doesn't have to remove it. They'll remove it.
Yes.
So I wondered about that.
Yes.
First time we've ever encountered that on live.
Yes. No, that's
There's the Ned rig that he caught it on, and there's the topwater.
Hey, I'm not saying Brandon's struggling, you know, Tommy, coming off missing a classic last year financially or anything, but like, a whopper plopper is a whopper plopper. I mean, you can, obviously liked it. I mean, I might take it
he
at
should
some
lay
point.
claim to it once they get it out.
Yeah,
right?
like, you know,
no
at the
doubt.
tanks, like, hey, I'll use this tomorrow.
Okay, does that mean he's locking?
Oh,
Or is
no,
he just, because
I
we've
think
seen
he's
guys go to lock, catch him by the lock and not lock.
Yes, I think he's probably just fishing. Brandon Lester caught him by the lock last time we were in here, trying to
Feels
chase this man
decent,
down.
I just want the least amount of guys locking to see me catching them here. Stay on there, stay on. Don't jump. He's not real big. Not real big. Go on, get on through the lock. Get on through. Alrighty. Built a little better. Keep her all day long. Oh, we got more boats coming in.
Yeah, it looks like the way the lock is shaped at pool 7 to pool 8, that he is just off to the west of it. And so those guys can obviously see.
Pool 7 is north. It's just, the lock is just south of the airport.
We flew funny there on the map and had me questioning everything I just said, but no, that was great. That's great.
Yeah. Speaking of topwater baits, there's one that doesn't have a fish wrapped around it yet.
There he is.
Now he does. That's Trey McKinney's topwater.
Right there, son. Little 6-inch walking bait action right there. Yes, sir. Right in the lips. That's not a bad one for La Crosse. At least we got a fat and healthy one.
Pretty fish, aren't you?
Green. Scoot that right there.
All right, dude, look, we gotta get this going, bro.
You're right.
Come on.
You're right. Slowly but surely.
Caleb Kufal, who was deep in the AOI, inside the cut, was
never mind.
caught a 312, our big fish of the day so
to
far. Good start for him.
So deep in the cut of AOI,
Well,
he's in the class.
He could fall out of the classic.
But yes.
He's 36 in points.
You had me, I thought.
One of those guys.
When did he fall to 80th?
All right, there's Trey McKinney's rival right there. They started out tied. Angler of the Year points. They're still waiting on his first keeper.
Oh. Little guy. The start though, that's number one. A little bigger than I thought. That's how they're supposed to eat the old bronze eye frog. Number one. 2 3/4. Like you're supposed to. Did you get it?
Such an interesting place, Tommy. We've had the last 2 times we were here, we left the tournament action not knowing who won.
Right.
We thought Jacob Prosnick won, but Ish Monroe did, and then we thought Chris Johnston won and Brian Schmidt did, just by ounces. So 2 3/4 3-pounders are going to be the difference, which ones you catch.
I would say, I guess you could say the 3's the gold standard. 4 is the difference maker, right? I mean, that's one way to look at it.
Three. If you catch 5 3-pounders and have 15 pounds, you're probably making the top 10.
Yep.
If you catch a few 4-pounders, you'll be closer to winning versus that.
Johnston said 2 3/4. That came in 3 3/4, a 312.
That's not as bad as he made it out to be.
Now look there.
Yep.
I heard Chris Johnston tell Dave Mercer at the takeoff today. Said, "Look, this is Dave. You know, oh my God, this is like fishing out our backyard." So he knows what goes on here.
Little guy.
They're all
Chumped
Come on,
all
Brian.
over it. Jumped all over it.
And we got that one too, Chris.
Oh, yeah. Little
You're
guy.
good camera people out there.
Little guy.
La Crosse is at about the same latitude as where he lives. Ontario.
Yeah.
It's
almost exact.
It's a long season, Tommy, but I think all our cameramen, even though how tired they may be traveling and doing this all year, they look forward to this because of the tight shots and the action they get to capture.
Yeah. And they do that like no one else. Tucker Smith, second place in the Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year race, trying to make up a few points.
Get going. Get hooked in the phone. Number 1.
Boy.
Did get good. There's so much right down there.
Tucker Smith, your winner at Lake Fork earlier this year, over 120 pounds of bass for 4 days fishing. Second to him at that one was Paul Marks, who had won the tournament before at Lake Hartwell. 2 great stories at the top of our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year race, and it continues to be a great story. Look how close those points are. Easton Fothergill a good ways back, Emil Wagner way far back there, and the rest of the field just chasing these 2 at the top. They'll battle it out today and tomorrow at least, and we've got plenty more to go on day number 1. There's a view of the mighty Mississippi. Grant's bird's eye view for you across Wisconsin. A lot of traffic on the river. This is harvest time in the upper Midwest, kind of the breadbasket of our country. They move a lot of grain up and down here, and a lot of other items as well. It's something to figure in for these guys who are going to lock through. These locks, those big boats get priority here. They're the anglers that don't have any sort of inside pull here, no juice to get through there any better than anyone else. But let's go back out to Chris Johnston.
I mean, the entire country relies on the Mississippi River, in a sense.
Absolutely. Chris Johnston, who finished second to that guy back in 2022, Brian Schmidt. Chris Johnston finished second to him in 2022 after finishing second at the other stop on the northern swing.
He climbed 106 points on Brandon Palaniuk at the end there to only finish 23 back.
The boat will not be clean by the end of the day today. 3. Yeah.
We talked about Brian Schmidt just a few feet away there. Won in 2022. Both of his wins with the Bassmaster Elite Series have come in the northern swing. One in Champlain, one here. And his knowledge of river fishing from up there in places like the Potomac, the Susquehanna, very invaluable to him, you would think.
If you have river in a fishery's name, it has vegetation in it, and it has both species, largemouth and smallmouth, odds are Brian Schmidt's going to be in it to win it. As we're bringing it into the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section, and Tommy, we've seen already topwater walking baits, we've seen swim baits, and we've seen frogs produce fish catches today. But one aspect of the Mississippi that we wanted to cover, because we love the frogging aspect, but the main river deal. Remember when Seth Feider got second place to Ott Defo in 2016 using a Carolina rig? Brian Schmidt in 2022 utilized it big time. And so that is one aspect of the river. When you get on that main drag, these guys are off the beaten path right now where we see them frogging. When they get to that main drag, you can have big, aggressive dragging baits. You may not think a Carolina rig is, but when you're dragging this on the bottom, obviously the bait comes up in the current. You've got the weight dragging on the bottom, and it's just a good way to cover water in that current. We've also seen Tommy Biffle's year in 2013 when he used the wobblehead with the Biffle bug in that current seams. One big thing coming into this event, talked to Cade Laufenberg, local stick here, talking about the current flow. They've had a ton of rain, and so guys may choose Pool 7 because of the clarity. We'll get into that a little bit more. But when it comes to the current flow, about 20 to 30,000 was the last time we were here, and it was around 50 to 60,000 during the practice period. So if someone finds a good seam on the main river, they could maybe make hay with a Carolina rig, creature bait dragging it around, not only for largemouth, but also smallmouth, and a wobblehead. So we'll think about frogging and daydream about that. Topwater swim baits, we'll see some more of that.
We'll see it,
but we could see someone jump into our top 10 because of those baits that we've seen play in the past here and there on the Mississippi River.
Clear water and current, two very important components here, always in river fishing.
And sometimes, and you may see guys avoiding some of the main river because it might be too much right now. But as it changes day to day, it may start to get into a sweet zone.
Smith looking for his second fish here.
Last fish gave Chris Johnston the tournament lead. 3 fish for 8 pounds even. McKinney's 5.
We have a new AOY lead. I'm just, sorry, we'll be saying that as they hopscotch each other all week. Wouldn't that be something that both made the top 10, Tommy? On the final day and we're deciding it.
Improbable, but totally possible.
For a second. I find it odd they're 1-2 in the tournament right now.
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't they?
What we got here?
Palaniuk says his job, fish well enough today to have a camera with him tomorrow.
What do we got? This feels interesting. Don't you jump, don't you jump. It's a decent one. Not that big. He got smaller. We got him though. We got him. He will keep. He will keep. Double check. They gotta be 14. He is over 15. They are not big, but they are a start.
We kind of, to go with the theme of the year, Tommy, I don't know if we'd want Trey and Chris to make the final day. Chris could win AOI without making a single final day, which would be a phenomenal feat.
Oh, that's
as well.
right. Yeah.
So
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
they finish 11th, 12th. Maybe we'll do that.
I think he'd rather have the notion of being the fourth guy to ever win back-to-back Angler of the Year titles rather than the no top 10 rule.
Man, that'd be impressive feat.
Only 3 have done it. Of course, Roland Martin among his 9 AOI titles. Kevin Van Dam, another one, and Guido Hibden. Pretty strong company there.
There we go. A little better one. Right there, son. Right there, boy. That's a good one.
Trey McKinney, what a season. What a fun season for a 20-year-old guy or for anybody. Wasn't fun his first stop at the St. Johns River, finished up in the 80s, but he went to work in the Carolinas after that, and Okeechobee as well.
Yeah, it was on camera all 4 days at Okeechobee in our top 10. The Pasquotank River, he was there in the North River portion with Father Gill and Tyler Williams and others. We go to Lake Fork, and Tommy, he broke his streak, unfortunately, and not in a good way. 30 pounds every day, and on day 3, a measly 20-something, but he ended up rebounding with mid-30s the next day. And then it all culminates to St. Clair in our most recent event, taking the title there. And we don't want to forget 10 Killer. 10 Killer was vital.
Oh,
remember,
absolutely.
He changed gears. He was fishing offshore for smallmouth the first few days. Those storms came in, water rose, that bite died. He went flipping the bank and still made the top 10 at Lake 10 Killer as well. So these last couple events have helped him rise up and catch the likes of Jay Shakurian and company.
Yeah, had that big number to start, but then an 8th, a third, a 6th, and a win. How about that? That's how you get back in the race.
I think he did terrible at the Sabina 29th.
Yeah. Oh, also a second place at the Classic.
Yeah, add that in there too.
Oh, by the way.
And he's already on 8 fish this morning. We've seen.
Red. Stop it, dude. I go on my co-clip. All right.
Jordan Lee has taken over the lead. First one over 10 pounds.
Well, there's that race. Man, oh man. We may see this 4 days in a row here in its final stretches here. This is the last tournament of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And that's the way it is. Chris Johnston, incredibly, no top 10s. Didn't fish on the 4th day at any regular season tournament this year. Trey McKinney, we just talked about that impossibly good backup to his 89th place to start out down in Florida. Some good stuff, and it continues. Well, if you are a Rapala fantasy fishing fan, you have locked in your 5 for the last time in the season of 2025. Your 5 anglers that you pick from the 5 different buckets, the different strata of Angler of the Year points. See how well those anglers perform. It's great fun. Get you involved in it. And we'll just make this an announcement to just get it on your mind for next year, because you definitely want to get in on the start of it, the start of the season, although you can pick up at any time. We're a little too late for 2025, obviously. The Rapala Fantasy Fishing. Think about it, and hopefully you'll have a little reminder in your mental Rolodex when we crank it up next year, year 2026. Think about it around January, and then you can get set for February and get to work. Jordan Lee, our man on top.
Not the first time. Yeah. Not the first time we've seen it.
You started. I don't know if you're on or not, Ronnie.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good. This is not unfamiliar territory for Jordan Lee. Covered him in the 2016 Elite Series. He almost won that early in his Elite Series career. here frogging in a different environment than we may see him this week. Who knows?
John Cruz just popped in there. He caught a 4-pound, 4-ounce fish, and Buddy Gross with a 4-pounder.
Caleb Kufal, the Wisconsin resident there, lives in the Milwaukee area. Spent a lot of time here in the upper Mississippi. Let's take you back up to Pool 8. That's where their launch weigh-in on. City of La Crosse, the airport and all of it. And they're near the lock and dam, the gateway to Pool 7.
Yeah,
Brandon Palaniuk.
Open sandy spots in it. Oh, that moved before my frog got there. That was awesome. Do that all day long. I wish it was bigger, but he got it. He got it. That'll be another 2-pounder. Oh. Dirty dogs might have slid up in the grass a little bit. Easy. Number 4. Let's make sure. Yep, you're long and lean.
Another look at this one. You can't look at it enough as far as I'm concerned. It's so good. Don't worry, folks. There's more where that came from.
I would say pace ourselves, but I think that we can actually up the ante. You know,
I think we could just go ahead and just enjoy it.
Come on.
Feet first into this thing.
The fish have definitely changed a little bit. I came through here in practice. I didn't really get any frog bites at all. I had one through this grass, but the water was a lot lower and it was a lot cleaner out on the edge. And it seemed like they were kind of all sucked out there, but this water's came up about probably a foot in the last day or so. And it's pushed dirtier water in, and there's still some fish out on the edge, but I think it also pushed some of these fish up into the grass, into the cleaner water, which I'm totally okay with. Because I would way rather catch them on a frog than on a spinning rod.
Well, I just came to probably the best spot I found in practice. I knew it was gonna be a little bit dirty. Honestly, it's I don't know what that is, swimming on the surface. I don't know. But I knew it was gonna be a little bit dirty, but it's honestly not as dirty as I thought it was gonna be. I haven't got any bites yet, but I'm almost up here. It's a ditch and this huge grass flat, and there's really not. It's pretty choked out. It's like one of the only open spots, and there was a ton in here the second day of practice. But I'm gonna run through it real quick. Hopefully, get some bites. Get up here to the kind of the head of it where it starts at. It's where there was the most at. I'm just kind of fishing my way up to there. But no action yet. But don't get any here. I got some stuff I found a little bit shallower, some little patches of sand in the grass that I caught a couple out of. Hopefully it'll be better though. The water should be clear there and the water's up, so maybe it'll turn on and they'll be there for me. But if that doesn't work out, I'm gonna go try and throw a frog. This one little spot I got down here on the south end, and then if it ain't no good, I'm gonna run up and keep checking my spots I found. but it's definitely changed out here. Hoping we can figure them out, but pretty slow so far.
Paul Marks, our winner at Lake Hartwell earlier this year. Leader, Dakota Lithium, Rookie of the Year points. Last year's Rookie of the Year. Let's get back to him. Trey McKinney trying to win AOY this time around.
There we go. Not a bad one. Chalk him into it right at the boat. Let's see. Not a bad one.
Seen a 6 to 7 inch swim bait, walking topwater bait, now spinning rod. Trey is most definitely keeping everything open here at this starting spot that has been, I mean, we're nearing fish number 10 for him.
Yeah, you know, we talked about years past, guys going through 75 fish a day to find the 5 best ones. That could be the case with Trey McKinney and a couple of others we've been watching.
Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely.
Needed that many to cull up to 13 pounds. Jay Secure up to second place in the tournament. About 40 anglers with fish on Bass Track right now. It just bumps up 10 every time I look. 10 new guys.
Slowly but surely, but 10 fish in the first hour is not what I would call a snail's pace.
The only hang up in Trey's day so far is where is my ruler at, but he may be at the point today, Tommy, now that he's got a 5 fish limit. Nothing that you would put on a ruler would help.
Right.
No.
So he has done that first task, caught his limit, did so with a bigger swim bait. We've seen that factor, at least in this northern portion of Pool 8 in years past. And then mixing in a topwater walking bait, which we've also seen play here as well. And
there we go.
that's the one cool dynamic of this fishery, Tommy, is there's 2 different ways to approach rivers. You can go get in the slop and the grass and the frog and the punch, that type of deal. You can get in the current, the clear water, maybe lay downs, different kinds of river structure off the bank than it is here. And remember, we have to put into play that it's 2 or 3 feet high water level.
Yeah, that's a big story. It was the case in 22, though not to this extent. I mean, there's been a lot of rainfall in the watershed, which drains several states and a couple of provinces. So all that water's coming here.
It's like right in between 2018 and 2022's levels. 2018 was above the banks.
I don't feel like getting down there, to be honest.
I'm too old for that too.
Yeah, heck with it, dude. That's why you throw Seaguar. You just boat flip. When you have that crazy I want to boat flip this, you just boat flip it. Stop it. Stop it. These fish are ugly. Doesn't help, but close. Right here we're fishing. It's like a little hard spot. And I mean, I don't know if these are...
I don't know, ugly may be a little harsh. I don't think they look quite that bad. They look like pretty good bass to me.
I've seen uglier.
I have too.
Dark room, you dance with her on prom night, Tommy.
Come on now, please. Be charitable. Jordan Lee on top of it, though, with the only man with double digits, 10 pounds and 1 ounce, unofficially, according to Bass Track. Trey McKinney, though, hanging in there. He's had his limit for some time. And Jay Secure trying to make himself an important part of this progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. We will keep our eyes on that Wisconsin angler as well.
I mean, La Crosse, Wisconsin is the home of some of the most popular pools on the Mississippi River. And I love it. It's really special to me. I've spent 20 plus years fishing the Mississippi River, different stretches. And it's really unique because it's super diverse. We've got largemouth, we've got smallmouth, duckweed, lily pads, wing dams, sand drops, all kinds of different types of vegetation. So you can kind of choose how you want to attack it. So basically, yeah, the Mississippi River is just a series of lock and dam systems. So, you know, they'll start way up at the beginning and work their way down to where we are now, which we're fishing pools 7, 8, and 9. How you attack the vegetation all depends on how thick it is, how deep it is, you know, what type of vegetation it is. A lot of times duckweed, you're primarily going to be fishing a frog or something on top. If it's real thick and matted up, you might have to punch through it, fish the edges of it, you know, or fish the current breaks around the front of it or the side of it or the back of it. There's just so many different types of vegetation, and the density of it where you're fishing will kind of dictate how you're going to attack it. But that's what makes it fun is, you know, you can have one spot where you're throwing a frog, and then you go to another spot and you're throwing a swim jig through some scattered eelgrass. And then you go to another spot and you're punching some thick matted up coontail. So it's really, really fun.
Eleva, Wisconsin's Pat Schlapper taking us through some gorgeous pictures there, talking about all different options, the different places you can set up and catch bass here in the upper Mississippi River. Let's take it out to Pat right now. We are with him because he is the last man in the Classic Cut to start this tournament here on the upper Mississippi.
Action.
Well, we started, got where I wanted to start here, and caught one nice one like right away, a couple little ones. They're definitely not here like they were. A couple other people in here on the other stretches. So we'll see. I don't know. I mean, I do got one fairly good one, 2.5, 2 3/4 pounder, but not how I anticipated it to be. I really thought. I mean, there was a pretty good school of them here the first day of practice, and they've been here for a month. So, and there's some big ones here. Just I don't know where they went, or if they're just not biting. But we're gonna give it some time and see what we can come up with. I got a couple other areas up here that had them, but that's the, you know, this place, you find them out on that lake and they don't always stay where you want them to stay. So I'm a little nervous about that, but that's what we got to deal with. I didn't find a whole lot, so we're just gonna keep going and try to get 4 more like the one we got, or maybe a couple bigger ones. Well, we got one, so. But I don't think we're winning the war in here yet, because I think these guys got them better than I do already, but that's okay. We'll just
Pat needs to keep his momentum from the last half of this season going here. He's made the last 4 cuts, including his first breakthrough win at the Sabine River.
You make the cut, and it's not a guarantee you make the Classic, but being in the top 50 is just going to be a big deal this week for these guys.
No doubt about that. Here's a couple of guys must do to make the top 50 here. Tucker Smith.
How are you feeling this morning?
Got 3 so far, nothing huge, but definitely feels good to get some position.
Looks like we might have lost Tucker Smith's mic momentarily, but 3 fish in the live well for him, Tom, and he's fished the main river every time we've came to him this morning. Obviously, his starting game plan is more of the main river type fishing, and that lends itself to a lot of different changes compared to maybe some backwaters. And I was looking at some of the water clarity. We got 3 pools in play. And when we look at the deep dive app, I wanted to zone that in for you. Water clarity wise, this is pool 8 where we take off from, and you can see obviously green and the greenish yellow on the right side of the screen is more clear. You get to that orange and red on the west side of the fishery, it is more stained. Let's go up to pool 7 because I'm going to explain this real quick. You see overall this is a very clean pool. Greens, blues, yellows, good. It's got some orange and red at the far north end of that pool. Let's go all the way down to pool 9 now, the opportunity to go south. The big deal here is the first half, the northern half of pool 9, good clarity. The southern half, very dingy. Now let's switch over on the same deep dive app to the stream flow aspect, and this will explain that story. When you get in here in pool 9, you can see, Tommy, that we've got this river inflow to the west, and everything below in pool 9 was the dingier, dirtier version of that. Now let's clear that and go up to pool 8 and watch the water flow and the stream flow there. Everything on the west side of this fishery is affected by this river as it comes down and dirties up this side. More of the Stoddard Range on the east side becomes clearer. There's a lot more sandbars deflecting that water as it gets down to the pool lock and dam at the bottom. So when we're looking at water clarity, you may think main river is main river, but that's not the case this week. Think about the auxiliary rivers that flow into pool 8 and pool 9.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are actually blowing it out. Overall, the river has a lot of flow, but the individual flow from those extra creeks is the ones making it dirtier than pool 7. So some guys think pool 7 could win it for the first time because of the consistent water clarity in pool 7.
Saw guys practicing with a lot of rain and storms coming in.
That's very cool and invaluable to be able to use that and bounce water clarity, water current speed, which ones are flowing in, which ones are. We saw that at 10 killer as it changed day to day.
Look who's leading, Jay Shakir at 11.5 pounds. He's got to be lamenting his last 2 tournaments in the 50s. He's our AOY leader for 4 events this season.
He could get back in it. Going to require a little help from the 2 leaders for sure.
They'd probably have to miss the cut almost.
Part of the,
He'd have to win.
Part of the conversation, in order for that to happen. So
that's a possibility.
No, sure. We're not counting anything out at this point. Trey McKinney and Chris Johnston right now in our top 6, so they're not exactly cracking under the pressure now.
Hard to beat a guy by 40 and make up points if they're in the top 6, Tommy.
Yeah.
He's 12 inches long. Whee! Oh, I can't wait to schwack on a frog. Schwack! Come on. Where's my best friend? Watch a 4-pounder come up a foot behind it. Ooh. Hope I got enough freaking braid.
You never know what's going to happen on live, but wouldn't there be some dual blow-ups at the same exact time?
That's what we're praying for. ...101 anglers out there today, day number 1. It'll be the same group on day number 2, but only 50 going to make it to the weekend. So
we kind of went from Pat Schlapper to Tucker Smith to deep dive real quick, but Pat was talking about they were here a month ago. That tells me the pre-practice period. He found this spot, came back when it was official practice this week, checked it, fish were still there. It's very confusing, Tommy, how fish they could have been gone for 2 weeks and came back.
Yeah, that's right.
So you think they stayed for a month, but they could have gone and now they could be going again somewhere else. And so that's why practice it helps you a lot. But then you're like, man, they were here 30 days ago. Now they're here 2 days ago. They're going to be here today. That might not be the case for Pat.
Yeah, you can't use your practice as collateral to borrow some money.
It's not a orange ball that's full of air. They just have brains, no matter how big or small, and they swim on instincts and they move.
They sort of migrate here and there.
Koya Fujita up to 5th place. Mill Wagner right behind him. Small limits.
Well, again, Chris Johnston trying to be the 4th angler in Bassmaster history to win back-to-back Progressive Angler of the Year titles. He got it done last year. He had plenty of top 10s last year, 4 of them, as a matter of fact, compared to this year.
And even going into the final few days of the season, he was at his worst almost, 31st going into day 3 at the St. Lawrence River, and flies up the standings into the top 10. Average finish at 20th. He didn't have that worst finish. Up to this point, 33rd is his worst finish this year, so up that tally. And honestly, I'll say it, if he wins AOI, one of the most boring seasons because we haven't seen him a ton in clutch time of day 4s, but one of the most incredible seasons of AOI as well. We compare it to the guys who've got 5 or 6 top 10s that have won AOI. Last year he won, he had the flair. If he wins this year, we would have been like, I don't remember his successes because he got so consistent this year.
It's hard to make 5, 6 cuts a year, but it is way hard to not finish higher than 31st, 33rd place, whatever it is, 31st place.
A 2 11ths, a 13th, 2 15ths, a 21st, and then 2 that are better than 33rd. Whew, I'll take that.
Chris Johnston in 7th place as it stands right now, along with Brandon Palaniuk and Trey McKinney. His opponent is in 3rd place. It's good. Good from the start. Back here in the Upper Mississippi for the Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite final stop. 9th of 9 tournaments this year. The Bassmaster Elite Series, and here at the Mississippi River, it always delivers. The fishing is always fun, and take a look at the man on top of that leaderboard. His name was on everyone's list for the first half of this season. Had a great start, a 2nd place to start down at the St. Johns River in Florida, and just marched on. And we thought that by this time, about halfway through the season, this event would just be a coronation party for Jay Shakurat, winning his first Bassmaster Angler of the Year. But that's the way the season played out. Look how strong he was all the way through the Sabine. We thought he top 25 at Sabine, this thing's over.
Yeah, we really did, Tommy. He had such a strong day 1 at the Sabine. When you talked about the 2nd, 30th, 15th, he goes 5th and 9th in those 2 stretches, and 25th. After the Sabine, it was about a couple-week break before 10 Killer when we were thinking midsummer, Oklahoma, it's going to be a deep electronics game.
Yeah.
Then we go St. Clair, and then we go home to the Mississippi River region event. We thought it was going to be a shoe-in, and those have been his worst 2 events. Missing the cut barely at Lake 10 Killer by an ounce and 4 ounces at St. Clair. Those 5 ounces are going to haunt him.
Oh my
no
gosh.
doubt about it. Not bad finishes, just trapped him from making up points.
Yeah, that 42-point lead at that point, and then it knocked down to 3 before losing it last event.
2nd place, as we said, to start his season down at the St. Johns River, went up into the Carolinas. Did very, very well there.
Now he would have
5th
been
place, top 5 at Hartwell.
Most likely, even if he made the cut, he would have been not our AOI leader coming in, but he would have had a really good shot. He would have been, teens to 20 points back, not 40 points back.
Right. Yeah.
You got to see some magic from him at Lake Fork. It has been just such an incredible Elite Series career. From 2022, his rookie season on, Jay Shakurat hadn't missed a beat. No. These last 2 events have been his beat missers.
Because when I found the school, it looked pretty, it looked like there was a good amount of good ones. But today, that has not been the case.
Trey McKinney, a rare slow moment there for this morning on day one, the upper Mississippi. Let's get it out to Tucker Smith. Again, starting today, second place. Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year points.
Topwater bass. Little topwater bass. Surprised you could see it with how muddy the water is. They're just so skinny, man.
Look at his mouth.
Looks like he's been caught before.
What we kind of talk about with smallmouth, that August time period is hit or miss on how big the smallmouth get, but when we get closer to September, mid-September, the smallmouth start to get bigger and factor in tournaments a whole lot more.
Pound and a half separating our two leaders. This very exciting Angler of the Year race here. Trey McKinney with a fast start today. There's Johnston. Still 3 fish only, so he's got a lot of room to grow there.
Poof, disappeared. Disappeared. We're gonna go this way just for a little bit, see if they scatter down this way. And I know that caught that one scattered that way. He might be sitting over here waiting for me to leave. We're like, dude, I ain't coming back and sitting there where you're fishing. Donna, 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 Donna.
Brock Mosley just caught his first birthday fish today.
Oh, it's his birthday
37
today.
Years old. Happy birthday, Brock.
For the man from Mississippi.
Dang. That fish got me good.
Mosley actually had our big fish in 2022 here, a 5.5 pounder.
I'd forgotten about that, I confess.
I had to look it up. And last year, Cody Stahl had our big 5.4 in the open.
Yeah.
Just hit in between them.
Fishing his goose hunting spot.
That helps if you can double up.
Yeah. It's efficient.
Yeah. Oh, I can't believe how hot it got already. Black shirt.
Look, a black squirrel.
Black shirt, black squirrel.
I don't know if that's good luck or bad luck to see
They
that.
went back in there. Get out. Gotta be one on that point.
Trey McKinney, second-year man from Illinois. Chris Johnston in his 7th year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. What a great matchup. Put together a matchup for every event in a season. That's what you do with the Falcon Rods Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge. All our anglers have been locked in. You use the last of your available anglers at this tournament right here, because as soon as you used them at the previous tournaments, they're off limits. That's the way that one works. It's challenging, but fun. The 2025 Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. As to the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race, it is in full flourish here. Got some folks coming out. Always get a warm welcome here in the state of Wisconsin, especially this part of Wisconsin right here. They're into the river, they're into fishing. And it's a beautiful day. What could be better? Nice way to spend your Thursday morning, looking at Brandon Palaniuk trying to fish his way into the Classic.
Pretty close to him there.
Yeah. He doesn't seem phased.
We will visit that fish again. Little. Lots and lots of those.
He struggled on day 2 here in his 2022 AOI season. We left, and I don't think he caught his final fish to get him. He had to get inside the top 45 cut.
Yeah, and he did so just by he was like 42nd or something. And then
17,
he was able
18
to,
ounces in, yeah.
And then he was able to move up like 12 or 13 spots the next day in the first hour. I think he had a limit in the first hour, and we were like, what was that? Where was this yesterday?
Yeah.
But Brandon Lester got 4th that week. So he had put all the pressure.
Give me my Chatterwig.
Chris Johnston was 2nd. They were both within 14, 15 points after day 1.
Yeah.
They'd started in 30-something 6-pack.
Chatterwig engaged.
Back out to our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year race. There's Paul Marks came in with the lead. He is in real time surrendered.
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what Paul said. Paul said, "Please don't give me a camera day 1. It's the worst practice of my life." I said, "Hey, you have a camera assignment tomorrow. You are leading Rookie of the Year." He said, "Sweet." So he obviously had a little bit of sarcasm there, knowing that it was going to be a long road ahead of him to try to win this deal.
Some guys don't do well with cameras on their boat.
And some guys don't do well when they have a bad practice, too.
That's usually when they win. I had a bad practice. I found them.
No surprise to see these two in a couple of the biggest expanses, widest expanses of water that we've seen so far this morning. Tucker Smith, the much decorated high school national champion, college national champion. Made himself an Elite Series champion this year. This was a prelude to that, a finish at Lake Hartwell.
Yeah, he said
very high, favorite lake.
Yeah, Hartwell's his favorite lake. He once held the spotted bass record fish there. I don't know if Lake Fork has overtaken it, but it may have overtaken it. Catching 127 pounds of fish, that's hard to do elsewhere. And honestly, that day 3 and day 4, he really turned it on. I think he only had, I think he only had like 21 pounds or something on day 1 of the tournament. Came flying up on day 2 and day 3, and then closed the door on day 4. Remember, he was behind Kiyoya Fujita, who had already broke 100 pounds. He was behind Paul Marks as well.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the leader going in that final day.
Yeah. Tucker Smith from Birmingham, Alabama.
Other than before that Lake Fork event, he's been plagued with second place finishes. He's gotten second in the College Classic bracket twice. I know he's a big time champion as well. When you win a lot of events, you have a chance to not win events as well. And he got second in the College Classic bracket to Tristan McCormick, gets second to Easton Fothergill. In the Opens last year, he had 2 second place finishes. Gets second in the Hartwell, and I was like, this guy's missed out on like 9 classic opportunities, because in the Opens in college, those were winning in events.
Well, they say people don't remember second place. They remember when they add up the points.
Yes.
That's, second place is looking good.
Just means you're in the hunt.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, his mentor, his teacher, Aaron Martins, was notorious for being such a good angler. You have such a good shot to win events, but you come up short sometimes. People think about that at times.
Not a whole lot of gas burned by Pat Schlapper today.
Up there.
Oh, yeah.
Might be a white bass. Oh, that's a largie. We got 2. That was fun. That was fun. See, it didn't look like a white bass when they came up. I know they're in here, dude. It just makes me want to get to that other zone, though. They're big ones out there.
I think if I was looking at the map right, I think Pat, who was near Palaniuk, near the lock, now he's on the opposite. I think he locked through pool 7 and came all the way to where he's just above like a spillway of pool 8. So he's like right there where it looks like, but I think that he did go through because he was on the far west side of the fishery. Now he's on the far east side.
He's above the Onalaska Spillway.
I believe so. In like a little pond. I think it's like a little pond type environment.
Wow.
Just from what?
So he'll have to log back.
I think so.
Yeah.
He was a part of that group. Palaniuk was saying, go ahead and lock through.
You got my spook all messed up too. I don't even know what's going on right here.
Now, Pat came in here 42nd place, which is, according to
this right here, is
the numbers right now to start this tournament, the last spot available for the Bassmaster, for his 5th Bassmaster Classic.
He's gonna come up again, and
he can't mess around too long.
Messing around.
Yeah, Pat,
he's got to make the cut, I would say.
Yeah, I think 50 will make you about as safe as it can be. The odds that 43rd through 50th make the cut as well, you know, in points is slim.
Right.
All right, we got
But
2.
yeah, started the year at 40th in points for the cut for the Classic. Easton Fothergill winning the Classic and now being inside the points race. He wasn't when he won the Classic. He needed that win to be the defending champ.
Yeah.
He is now double qualified, and then Corey Johnston winning the St. Lawrence Open. That was the only Open he fished. Wasn't winning in for him, so it went back to the points race of the elites.
It'll knock down one with the win from
theory,
this event.
Which in theory, Corey's win would have doubled anyways, because
I feel like they're right there swimming in front of me.
Schlapper. Got to get the job done here over the next 2 days. Got to make that cut, make it to the weekend. He'll look a whole lot better then, as we say, to make his 5th Classic appearance in 2026. Jordan Lee, though, 2-time Classic winner, back-to-backer himself. In that respect, ahead of Jay Shakura, Trey McKinney, Bryant Smith, Caleb Kufal. That's our top 5 early on, day 1.
Hey everyone, as you can see, we're out here on the water, and all the craze nowadays is forward-facing sonar, and I'm known predominantly as a shallow water angler, and what I'm going to share with you today is kind of how I've taken forward-facing sonar and made that fit into my game plan. And what I mean by that is I'm not necessarily looking for a bass as much as I'm looking for a piece of structure. I'm a visual structure guy. When I see an isolated log or an isolated stump up there, I make some pitches to it. So now what I'm doing with the forward-facing sonar, as you can see, I'm just going to pan around here on this lip, and you can see right there is an isolated stump. What this does, it gives me the ability to make a cast to a stump. And not necessarily did I see the fish in it, because typically when them fish are on that shallow kind of wood, they get really tight to it. So what I've done is taken the Mega Live 2 and made it fit into my games, into my style of fishing. I'll just ease down through here. If I see a piece of wood up on the bank, I'll throw to it, but what I'm looking for right now is little isolated pieces of wood or stumps that are sitting out here on this lip, or maybe even just the edge of the grass line. As you can see, that's the edge of the grass right there. But anytime you can find a piece of isolated cover offshore, pan around with that Mega Live 2, and like I said, not necessarily see that fish, but see the cover, make an accurate cast to it, and catch a fish that you possibly may not have caught. There's a fish right there. But yeah, you can see that right there on that lip. That'd be what I'm looking for.
Bill Lowen, his way of doing it works. He proved that to us right out of the bat this year, right out of the box. Winning down there on the St. Johns River. Bill Lowen's out there today trying to make it there, but I think he's looking great for the class.
Tommy, he just caught a 4-pounder.
What?
Yeah,
is that the Phoenix Boat big bass of the day?
No,
I didn't
he's
see
like
it in
second,
that.
third.
He didn't catch one on while we were talking to him right there.
Wouldn't lie. But St. Clair, he finished worst of the year, 97th to fall outside our top 10 in AOI. He'd been up there and made every cut.
Been on
trying to get back in there.
Fantastic season.
He's the only guy that's done very well this year that I didn't put on my Drain the Lake roster throughout the year. I was talking to Kyle about that. I wasn't sure if last year was just if he was going to get back or not. He is back.
Nice. Guessing that was a pike. Didn't even give me a chance. Didn't even give me a chance. Just make sure I didn't spit my frog out up here. Wasn't very nice. I mean, it's one of the goals you set at the beginning of the season, right? Is like, make sure you make that classic cut. And the frustrating part is that normally Florida has always been my downfall in years past. But this year, some of my best events were in Florida. And then we just had some really bad ones, and not really for any certain reason. We kind of got ourselves dug into a hole. We had a really good week last week. I didn't know where I was without looking at points. You can tell by everybody's demeanor around you that things were stressful, that we were close to the bubble, but you don't really know where you sit or what points if you don't look at the points. And that's kind of where I was at. Obviously this week found out that I'm in 43rd today because that's what place we took off in. But I mean, Classic is the holy grail, the Catalina wine mixer, and if you're not there competing, it's pretty hard to win. I haven't seen them give any participation trophies away in that one, or non-participation trophies. So, this is a very tricky and exciting place to finish the year because there's so much on the line, and this is a type of fishery where 2 1/4 pounders send you home and can break your heart, and 2 3/4 pounders can put you way up in the standings when it's fishing as tough as it is right now. That one will keep, I think, but he's not going to be the right size that we're going to need to take back to weigh in. But it definitely seems like more of them moved up in this grass with the cleaner and dirtier, cleaner water.
Brandon Palaniuk giving us a whole rundown, not only on his classic hopes, but now catching fish this week and hoping to do well in a place that he loves so much. Hey, don't tell me where I am in AOY, Tommy, and they're probably like, hey, I guess we got to tell you your boat number. Yeah. That's how he finds out this week. But I'm here at the Pro Guide Batteries, Screen of Knowledge, talking about that classic cut line and some more. We think about the last 4 guys, you know, the last 2 in when we're thinking about the NCAA tournament, you know, first 4 out, last 4 in. Brandon Lester, Pat Schlapper, guys we expect to be in the classic. Schlapper have a great second half of his season. Lester, who has done very well at this fishery year after year, looking to, hoping to do that again. Then we get Brandon Palaniuk, a winner this season at Okeechobee. Like he said, uncharacteristically had a few tough events mid-season, and then turned it on last week at Lake St. Clair to jump up close but not quite in the Classic. Then we look at John Garrett. 3 points out of the Classic cut right now. He was our Angler of the Year leader, tied with Will Davis entering the Lake Hartwell event. So crazy to see how those ebbs and flows can be. 4 events into the season, you're tied for AOY. After 4 more events, you're now on the Classic bubble. Another bubble that we're looking at this week, and I stole this from TNZ because I helped form the numbers at least. I didn't want to have to make the graphic as well.
You made it in the first place. You didn't steal it.
The guys made the graphic in the truck, and but here are the way we're looking at requalification. Keep an eye on a couple guys on Bass Track and at the weigh-in each day. When we think about the safe but questionable, looking at Tim Doobie, 71st right now. If you are 71st or better, because Kyle Patrick, we basically remove him from the AOY list, everyone slides up 1, which means 71st technically would be safe. 65th for Brad Watley and 62nd for David Gaston. Those guys do not want to fall below 71st. Otherwise, they may be on this list, which is at risk of being eliminated from the Elite Series, not requalifying. Guys like Ben Milliken, Alex Weatherell, they can, from 77th and 79th, most likely move up. It's about 20, 25 points for those anglers to move into the top 70 or so. So we keep an eye on those 3 guys, specifically Doobie, Milliken, Weatherell. They can really move themselves up or down out of it. And other guys are going to be in factors as well, career average-wise. You don't want to be in going into the last event and end up being out.
No.
You're good.
We'll talk about that more.
You don't
and more
want to be
as it
out
gets
under any circumstances.
No, out of any of these races, no.
Especially if you're 37th or 8th and you fall outside the Classic cut after the final event.
The arithmetic is so dismal.
Last cast. We're going froggy.
Brian Smith had taken the lead, and Jay Shakir just took it right back with a 3-pound, 4 ounce. He's up to 13 1/4.
Johnson's still stuck on 3 fish. I mean, he's got a chance to pop right back into the top 3. Where he was for a while this morning. Catch some more keepers. I'm surprised he hasn't caught more keepers.
See Robert G there in our top 10. He needs a big tournament. He was 50th coming in AOI points. I figured the cut for the Classic is 517 points.
Yes, roughly.
And so somebody with 417, 54th John Crosse, could mathematically do it if he has a
Top five.
Yeah.
Top 5.
And other people have to have a few other people fall.
That's the problem. Is there are guys if you're within 104 points, Tommy, you think I can do this. Obviously, if you won the event, you're in the Classic, whatever. But
right,
if you're within 104 points, you're like, I can do this because that's what our field pays out points wise. But that's not the case, because if there's too many people between you and the spot you're trying to get to, someone along the lines there is bound to get too many points and keep, stay in front of you. You know what I'm saying? There could be somebody 15 places up that you're trying to get to, and they finish 20th and they beat you points wise. So it's not just what you can do to move, it's what others do around you. It's not as simple as baseball's magic number. Like it gets there. Yeah. There's only a few guys that have magic numbers normally, and it's if you're the leader, whatever you're leading by, if you get that spot 13th or something, then you win. But this week it's tied. So
yeah, it makes it a little.
Trey is looking at Chris, and Chris
trickier.
is looking at Trey.
Well, I said 517 is the projected estimated number here. Last year was 504 to get 42nd place.
It's gone way up.
So it moves.
I want to say thanks to everyone who's joined us live for the first 2 hours on Roku here. Roku's going to move on to another live sporting presentation for you, but you can find it on the Bassmaster channel on Roku, the Bass channel. Also moving over to Bassmaster.com. You can find us there too as our coverage continues from here at the Pro Guide, Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River, and Jay Shakura in the position that a lot of people thought all season long he would be in at this point on day one. He's just operating from a different points outlook than everyone expected, but he can do something about that, or all he can do anyway. Brian Smith, Jordan Lee, our top 3. This is the Pro Guide. Bassmaster Elite on the Upper Mississippi River, part of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, tournament number 9 of 9 events for this season. Our live coverage sponsored by Garmin. The bluffy side is generally the Minnesota side. It's a great stretch of Mississippi River. Big race coming in here. A tie for the first time ever coming into the final event of the year. And Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Trey McKinney. Chris Johnston were tied. They were live. Our real-time tracking of their points shows Trey McKinney with the lead there. 5 points, all of 5 points. But Chris Johnston, bear in mind, does not have his limit completed out yet. He's just got 3 fish, so as soon as he does that, it's likely to tighten up a little bit.
This is the captivating thing, but keep in mind, if you're watching at home, it's cool that they're tied and they're 7th and 12th. If they're tied coming in and they're 40th or so, hold on, Suits.
Skeeter Boats, big fish alert. Greg DePalma, 4 pound, 4 ounce. He's tied now for the lead.
Hey, with John Crosse, right?
Yeah. John Crosse has a 4.4. DePalma's done his best to requalify. A couple tournaments ago, he was 79th in AOI. Right now, the updated, we're missing a lot of guys. He's almost to the Classic Cup. I don't know if he can make it. He's 47th with a 10th place points, but we're missing a lot of guys on Bass Track.
He needs to make the cut.
I'll get back to the points thing in an hour.
Yeah. Had one little spot that, like I said, I was sharing with another angler, and they bit quick and then they shut down. We each caught one or a couple, but not the right size. And then I had some other mats like it, but the problem is the water's come up probably 2 feet, and some of these duckweed mats have lifted off the grass or pads that they're sitting on and actually drifted and moved. And with that, the fish have moved, and I think I'm gonna have to scrap a lot of what I was planning on doing and kind of get back further in the shallows, see if these fish have moved up further. Right now I'm fishing in what I thought was going to be pretty protected and clean water, but looking at it, it's got a little brown to the water. But there was a good group of fish in here in practice. They weren't necessarily giants, but I was banking on getting a few out of here. It's protected from the current. I'd love to see the water a little cleaner. So basically, I got 2 or 3 more areas I'm going to hit, and then I'm going to start kind of expanding on areas where I had bites, and maybe move in back into like a foot of water, get into cleaner, and hopefully some fish. I always say when the water.
Well, Chris Johnston, of course, looking to go back-to-back Angler of the Year titles. That is a rare thing here in the world of Bassmaster. Multiple titles are not unknown in AOY. In fact, there are more people with multiple titles in AOY than in classic records as well. There's the anglers, including our colleague Davey Height there with 2 titles. Brandon Palaniuk, we're in the boat with him all day long. Guido, Larry Nixon, General. Those with 3, Aaron Martins, Mark Davis, and Bill Dance early on in Bassmaster years. Okay, then we've got 7 titles.
More than
Kevin
3.
Van Dam, way more than 3. And Roland Martin, the all-time champ. Will that ever be? I don't know. If that'll ever be approached.
Yeah.
Much less topped. Roland Martin with 9 Bassmaster Angler of the Year titles. But it is odd. There are way more multiple title guys in the AOY ranks than aren't in the classic ranks.
Well, and back in the day, they used to do those AOY titles based on pounds, and so it was like if you were just a big weight person, you can maybe do that, maybe catching points. It became a different deal, and I think it is some guys set their career up to be consistent just to make it to the top level, and it's a lot easier to translate that than be a home run slugger for the classic and things like that.
But classic is one special week.
It's
you got to perform.
The Roland Martin 9 AOYs just reminds me of like the Celtics, in the 60s, 70s, like where it was every year they had a shot to win the title or were winning it.
Right.
Again, Chris Johnston, if he were to win, would be the 4th man to win back-to-back in consecutive years, AOYs.
With Roland.
Guido and Ken Van Dam was the last to do it 4 years in a row. He got back-to-back to back-to-back.
Yeah.
And Roland did it several times. Three times.
That worked out slick.
That's the way Clun described the classic versus AOY situation. Is some guys were built for breaking down this week, some were built for sustaining for a whole.
Right.
There's more people bumping into our top 10. David Gaston, 7th place right now, knocking Trey McKinney down to 9th.
We'll have to bring that list up once again, Tommy, because one of those 2-time AOY guys will be in studio with us this weekend.
That's right. Larry Nixon.
I don't know if we're supposed to say it, but
Larry. The General's coming in here to provide our analysis on Saturday and Sunday. That's going to be a thrill. Real honor. We appreciate that.
Our guy Davey on site this week.
Davey Hyde is on there. He's
deep. We need to get him to swim in some duckweed. I don't need you eating any
duckweed sandwich.
I think he needs to get in a white shirt, white shorts, get in some duckweed, and then we'll see what the shirt looks like afterwards,
Somehow I'm thinking that's not going to happen. Well, you never know. Davey, one of those multiple AOY guys. I have to ask him when we get him on here for a quick shot, how much risk he'd take on if he came in here tied at the top.
Yeah, as we mentioned it at St. Clair, I was talking about, man, it's going to be tight. I don't see any of our guys locking a 7 or 9 if you're in that AOY race, but he was like, well, you might see someone just go risk it.
Might be surprised.
So, yeah. I think everybody who's in that AOY race right now has stayed, but I'll need to check on like a Shakira. I know the on-camera ones have stayed.
I think Shakira stayed the closest maybe to take off.
And it was him, Schlapper, McKinney, all close to take off there. Tucker Smith hooked up.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Let's go, dude.
Yes, sir.
That's a good one.
On that jig, boy.
Jumping bean, dude.
That's a stud.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. We got a limit, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go, bro.
Let's go, dude.
That pumps me up right there. Let's freaking go.
That was one of those tactics we talked about with the main river or the open water guys.
Yeah, 3.
And he's caught exclusively smallmouth that we've seen. Maybe one largemouth mixed in, but
yeah, that was his best smallmouth.
Yeah, absolutely.
See plenty of mixed bag this week. We always do.
That's huge for my day. Got another one, I think.
And now looking at Cull, he just caught his limit
boy.
fish here. A few minutes ago. Now he's got a little cadence going here.
Last 3-pounder got him over 10 pounds.
Up to 8th place for Tucker Smith from outside the top 10. So good productive third hour action for an angler from Alabama.
Got 3/4 of our field on the board on Bass Track Tommy. Robert G just bumped up to second.
I think we got 95 marshals out there. I think there's only 5
really?
guys without.
Wow,
so
that's great.
Everybody's got people, but the Mississippi River's been tough.
Yeah.
So they're not showing up suits because it has just been tough.
Missed timestamps on the Bass Track.
Jay Shakurit, the Wisconsin native, on top right there, has been ahead in this race probably more than anyone. This Angler of the Year race during the course of this season, just not starting in today. You can catch our coverage Saturday and Sunday. The weekend is a different scheme for you there. We start at 8 a.m. Eastern time as always, but it's going to be on FS1 for the first 3 hours on Saturday and the first 3.5 hours on Sunday. And we'll go back to our other platforms after that, including Bassmaster.com. So make your weekend plans right now. Make a mental note of it. Catch more of the Pro Guide, Bassmaster Elite from Crosse. This is day number 1 here at La Crosse, Wisconsin. Upper Mississippi, what a beautiful place. Chutes, channels, giant lakes, little ponds, bluff walls, bridges, sea walls. So many places to catch fish, but doing the best job of it so far. Wisconsin native Jay Shakurin, bumping on, well, over 13 pounds as it stands right now. And the veteran of every year of the Bassmaster Elite Series, John Crosse Jr., had a good start last time. The last tournament we had in Detroit on St. Clair as well. They top our leaderboard as it stands right now. Take you back to Pool 8. That's our middle pool there. See some familiar faces in there, including two-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Brandon Palaniuk, trying to fish his way into the Classic.
Now I gotta get him through all this grass. He's still on there. Old Mega Dog 130, that's a brand new bait. This will be the first tournament bass ever on a Mega Bass Mega Dog 130 right there. And it's a decent one too. That is a brand new bait that I specifically asked if it was ready for this event. And I got 2 of them sent. That is a amazing topwater. And that is our biggest one of the day. Not a giant, but he is a coal. He was almost a 1 pound coal. Number 5. Get rid of that one that was under 2 pounds. Yeah, I see you, buddy. Where'd you go? When they're 4 pounders, they're a lot easier to grab. When they're 1.75 pounds, they're not as easy to grab. We need this one to be built like that one. As far as girth. We needed that bite. That was awesome. That's how the front deck's supposed to look at the Mississippi River.
Palaniuk got our season stirred up at the second stop of the year.
Let's see if we can do that again.
Lake Okeechobee just put on a big bass.
I'd like to get a little closer.
With a crankbait.
Yeah. That was cool. I haven't seen him school on this spot.
That is not an angler. That is a camera boat.
Oh,
there. His camera boat. Yep.
John Crosse filled his limit, 13 pounds, 6 ounces in the lead.
No, that was another good one. Oh, no. Get it.
Brandon Palaniuk not putting all his eggs in that basket right next to the lock and dam. Likes that spot. Got himself just outside the top 10. Chris Johnston.
There'll be little bite windows when they open and close those gates and the water flows through that comes around that eddy right there, you know.
Johnston's still looking for his 4th fish. Kind of hard to believe.
I had probably 3 or 4 bites in this little mat in practice, but I missed all of them. Let's see if they'll play today. Come on, fish.
We started 2.5 hours ago out of the city of La Crosse there.
Yeah, 2 hours ago, his 3 fish came within about 6 minutes span.
I believe it was fast. He and McKinney as well. Real fast starts, but
we're not
slow since.
Quite up to where the bigger group was, but this little hole had a group of them in it too. It's not a good sign, but still a lot of Smalley. I thought some of them were smallies in practice.
Always gets me when we fly south on the fish. It's like everything's backwards from the way I look. So it's still in pool 8, but headed down towards just north of the Stoddard region is where Tucker Smith is, and you can see the current flow there with the water disturbance just ahead of him. Finding that right seam, like you were talking about with Brian Schmidt, had him dialed in, it changed, he found the right seam and relocated the fish. Tucker's been a little slow today, but the good ones are biting.
A few more that help, so. Seems like they're just, you pull up and catch a few, and then they quit. So I'm just gonna run some of these places a little bit quicker. And I don't have a ton of places with a bunch of fish, so hoping that they reload, which I'm sure they will with this current involved in it, these areas, so. Should be more fish coming to these places, but just looking for 3-pounders. I've got a couple in there that I need to get rid of, and caught that nice one. It's fun catching them on a jig. They thump that thing so hard, the smallmouth. So I'm gonna keep throwing this topwater and jig. I think if I can get a bite on this topwater, it'll be a good one. But it's just another current break, just like the last one. This one's kind of a ditch that runs. I'm sitting at the mouth of the ditch. It kind of funnels up to this point right here, and then there's a current that comes around and kind of funnels through this ditch, and they're just kind of sitting on the edge of the ditch on the seam. And they're stacked up right there, but once you catch a couple, they get pretty smart. And it's only like 4 foot right here, so.
Four and a half pounder from Caleb Kufall has given him 13-12 and the lead.
Wow. Caleb Kufall, another Wisconsin guy in the mix there. Shakur Kufall hanging out there near the top of the leaderboard. We've got plenty more on the way. I want to remind you that the weigh-in comes your way at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com and on the Bassmaster YouTube channel. Moultrie behind the tanks. There's Pat and the crew. They'll be back there pulling back the curtain as best they can to bring you some of the stories behind the headlines and stories behind the stories behind the headlines. So Moultrie behind the tanks, 4 p.m. Eastern Time on the YouTube Bassmaster official channel. Still in our third hour of competition, the morning session here. Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River here. La Crosse, Wisconsin. It's part of the Mississippi, very different from maybe the Mississippi you know if you live in a place like Memphis or, I don't know, Natchez.
It's so
Cairo,
beautiful with the bluffs going
St.
up on
Louis?
both sides. Oh, yeah, way different than
St. Louis.
the muddy Mississippi.
You're from there. You're from there. Sorry. Caleb Kufall, the Wisconsin native on top. John Cruz Jr., one of the Bassmaster Elite Originals in second place there. And there's another Wisconsinner, Jay Shakura in third place. Texan Dakota Ebert, Robert G. needing a good tournament. Hanging in fifth place early on today. He'd like to stay there for a while, if not for the rest of the tournament. Matt Schlapper trying to hang in there as the last man in.
Him up, though.
In classic
Kind
qualifying.
of touched him a little bit that time. God, I hope the big group's up there. Eat it. Good one. That'll work.
Oh my God. Pretty good.
God, he's got it in the frickin' tongue too. Huh. That's the only thing. I'm cutting that one. I gotta cut it though. It's the only problem with a fluke. That's a good one. It's the only problem with throwing that thing.
Well, he said he had some better ones a little further up the road there, and he's apparently found one there anyway.
We have 8 anglers from Wisconsin and Minnesota combined that have good experience and good results here, but it always seems like 4 of them, whatever variation, will fall short of the cut this week, and 4 will make it. And so you don't ever want to be that local with confidence and excitement in front of your, and not make it. So
what is going on here? Oh my gosh!
Stay on there. God dang it. What a freaking mess. Oh my God, dude. I've never had that happen like that. That was loud. I mean, a mess, dude. This first cast just retied that. Now I don't know what to do. That scale shot. We just gotta in shambles here, dude. Now I don't know what rod to put that on. That exploded.
It just like snapped.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this again.
Oh my gosh. At least I got a good hook in him. He's a little guy. That's pretty much what that smallie was. So.
Let me put it in.
No.
we got to sync that hook setup with the BFA siren, so it's like
really hoping this one
explosion.
Yeah.
Sound the alarm.
Hook it up with an episode of The Rifleman.
Bang!
Crack.
Trey McKinney down in pool 8, northern end of. Been a while since Trey's last keeper.
Fat one. That'll help. Maybe, maybe not. Uh-huh. The main thing that it's fat. Blue.
Come here, buddy. Okay. Yeah. Hmm?
How big was that one?
2 pounds.
Trey McKinney with a half-pound upgrade vigor. Got a couple spots back. Getting passed by the likes of Brian Schmidt, our winner last time here. Just pulled into tie for 8th place with Greg DePalma.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a dangerous guy up here
yeah,
always.
As soon as he saw it, he came and ate it.
Did you see him eat it?
No. Uh-uh.
And John Cruz back in the lead. He's over 14 pounds. His latest 2.5 pounder.
All right, tired of catching those.
All right, let's get back out to Pat Schlapper. See if we can get all the equipment ready to go here.
He put that rod back together so quick.
He got all the pieces back. He got all the parts back.
He
so
did. Oh, he hooked up again.
We got a little gorilla going on.
That was fun. I'd say there's a wad up there. We ain't even got to the frickin' promised land yet either. God, I hope they're up. That's a good one. All right, so this is gonna be number 5. I'm gonna have to, yeah, he's 2 3/4.
2 3/4. Number 5.
Oh shoot, I put that in number 4. That's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna try to get this situated because I don't want to do anything stupid. Like because I had to go to a different scale. So I'm just gonna weigh these quick, just get them on the scale. So then I know. Yeah, that first one's 2 3/4, 2. Lock it in. Yeah. I just don't want to mess up my system.
Ronnie, I think it's up to you.
Oh,
yes. Yes.
I've watched a lot of these, but I haven't done a lot of these, Tommy.
Into the breach you go.
But the power pole replay of the day, why don't we take it to the only Wisconsin angler we have on camera this week so far, Pat Schlapper, last man in the Classic so far, going out with a bang this year. He's already won an Elite Series event, exploded a rod this morning, still hand lined in, and landed this bass. No problem, put it in the live well, stand back up, catch some more fish, Tommy. It's wash, rinse, repeat. And that is what Pat Schlapper has done. Exploded rod and all. Look at that, he's even using the rod mid-retrieve with his hand line, but that is the things you see at the Mississippi River. Big line, big baits, top water, aggressive fish, and a place that you can catch them 20 casts in a row.
Already a replay of the day, and he hasn't made the promised land yet. He says it's just right up ahead.
Begging. Not a begging, but that's a workout. That's how I stay in shape. This ain't the right one. Where's that scale? Calm down. I just gotta calm down. I knew there were big ones here. Okay. Number 3 is going. Because that should be a 2.5.
this thing's way good. 268. I just put it in, it's like 210.
Broke his three-way tie with Schlapper, Schmidt, and Smith.
All right, that's...
What did you call me?
Pat Schlapper, Brian Schmidt, and Bryant Smith.
Oh, okay.
That is. Three-way tie.
We got Robert G. and Jordan Lee.
That's right.
We got Dakota and Dave. Oh, my gosh.
That's the size of it right now. Getting close to wrapping up our third hour of fishing here, so plenty more on tap here today. What else will these anglers discover? Where else will they lead us? Show us some incredible ways to catch fish on this incredible fishery. John Crosse, every year of the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's been a winner out here, too, on top. It's Bassmaster Live and our live coverage of the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite here in the Mississippi River. Sponsored by Garmin. Well, we're going to wrap up the year with a bang. Got some great fish catching going on out here. Some familiar names. One of the most familiar names in the last, 20 years of the Bassmaster Elite Series right there, John Crosse. 14 pounds on top of that leaderboard. Caleb Kufall from Wisconsin, trying to make home cooking work for the Wisconsin native. Brian Schmidt, classic from last time the Elites were here in 2022, has moved up. Probably found a spot that is to his liking. We may have him tomorrow on our show. We'll just have to wait and see. We don't know for sure about that till tomorrow, or till after the weigh-in today, I should say. Trey McKinney came into this tied for the lead in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points.
Oh, that's a freaking giant, dude. All right. Trying right now, flipping some docks. I caught a good one here in practice, so we'll kind of see. It's just fishing so weird right now. And that's what I'm trying to adjust to. And once we get that done, maybe, but I caught quite a few this morning. Everything out there had a little starting place I wanted to start at, so got to think about 10 pounds something, which no, not a great big bag, but it got us started. So now, I mean, I just need 4 or 5 bites the rest of the day just to upgrade. Not really worried about catching that many right now, but if we can upgrade, that would be quite wonderful. And I don't know if the docks are the best way to do it. I don't really know what's the best way to do it is, but I do know big ones do get on docks. So.
BP with a small
And this
one.
Black River area, I mean, it's got more fish than anywhere. A lot of the tournaments and stuff go out of here. I mean, it's fishing tough enough where, shoot, I don't even care where I fish as long as I can catch some fish. But yeah, I couldn't figure out why practice was so tough. It's not really the conditions. I thought were pretty all right. I don't have a lot of history on this place, but enough that I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be good. And throughout the week, it's just kept getting worse and worse. Then the water's rising, a little bit muddy. But in here, it can't get muddy. I mean, water temp's still gorgeous. That's why I wanted to start in here. Didn't practice a whole lot in here, but I figured if I just went fishing, I could scrounge up just enough bites to go do something crazy. So I don't have to worry about just completely forfeiting. I was like, I might as well get me a limit, see what happens. If I get a big, I was hoping that, honestly, I felt like my chances of getting a bigger bite were in here, as of like a 4-pounder or so. But if we get one of those bites, then go down to the flats, where I like to fish, and just kind of go from there. Uh-oh. Looks like there's a little piece of brush or something. Gotta be good, right? Wrong. Okay. Oop, a little bunch of minnows. Something underneath there. I think it was this dock I got a bite before. Come on.
We've seen this stretch of docks play before, years past.
Kenny has his limit, 10 pounds even, but he's in 18th place. Chris Johnston's only got 3 fish, but he's got a nice one in there. He's down to 27th. Kind of give him the advantage if he can fill his limit.
Yeah.
He's got a 312 and a 2 1/4.
Yeah.
Ain't got more left.
Really surprised he doesn't have a limit yet.
And Jay Shakir has made up ground. He's in 4th place right now, over 13 pounds.
Well, I've heard more than one angler say if you can catch 15 pounds a day, you'll be fishing on Sunday. So, Jay Shakir.
Oh, it was a 63 pounds which Schmidt won with last time here.
I think that's
2022, 63 change.
63.4, yeah.
Chris Johnston had 63 even. 4 ounce. Had 85 anglers on Bass Track, and John Cox just caught his first fish. That's surprising to me.
That is. Here in this place? My goodness, yeah. A lot of people picked him. Fantasy teams.
I'm about tired of these.
There are a number of anglers with just 1 or 2 fish, a dozen or so with 3 fish, maybe more than a dozen. 4 fish, there's not that many limits yet. Of course, they're all up on the top.
I caught a 3 right here in practice. So maybe there'll be a few more big ones back in here too, but they're not showing themselves yet.
One there from McKinney. I don't know if that'll
Dock and a little.
make the 2 pound.
I was hoping it was gonna be like a 5 pounder, but.
Got a
Got about a 2
112.
pound. Got a 112, does he?
think
Oh
that's
yeah,
a
112.
small.
Yeah.
He's nice, but not nice enough to come to our party.
Ooh.
Last time we were here, 2022, Brandon Palaniuk was our AOI leader, and he struggled. And Brandon Lester and Chris Johnston almost caught him on day 2. They actually caught him on Bass Track, the live AOI updates.
Let's get back to Pat Schlapper. Pretty active here the last hour.
He said he'd been looking forward to this event and was going to go for it.
Begging. Begging. Come on, get out of there. Look at that freaking thing. Oh, there's around the fringe of the promised land. That's the right kind. All right, we get like 1 more of these. We're probably gonna get out of here. That's a good one. Number 2. 2, they're giants. I'm telling you, they're giants. I mean, he's over 3.5. Number 2. Number 2 is going. I'm telling you, man, this is the spot I could win if there's enough of them. I don't want to win bad.
Ryan Schmidt just added a 3.5 and a 2.5. He's in second place, 3 ounces shy of 14 pounds. So the leader has that, John Cruz. Schlapper stay in our top 10.
Great.
Move up.
Oh yeah, moving up. Gotta be.
Let's see what that fish does. Yeah, he could take the lead.
He
You've
could.
got guys who just when the tournament says river, it's got some grass there. Schmidt, Cruz.
Yeah.
Great on rivers. Just
Absolutely.
no matter where we go, whenever it is.
Yeah, we're about to head into the 4th hour. And coming up next, the coverage continues here on Bassmaster.com. It's going to be the halftime show. Dave Mercer, Kyle Steve, Davey Height as well. Going to join in. Guys, we cannot wait. They are set up apparently at second base. We'll check it out.
Continued coverage here, almost on the shores of the Mississippi River. We're in beautiful Wisconsin for the 9th stop of the 2025 Bassmaster Elite Series. The Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River. Pools 7, 8, and 9 in play this week. And this tournament is always, it's a roller coaster, like a good movie. We're going to laugh, we're going to cry, we're going to go through all the emotions here this week because everybody has pressure on them. And what an incredible, incredible facility. We are hanging out in Copeland Park, which normally is the home of home runs. But this week, it's going to be the home of our Angler of the Year, our Rookie of the Year. People trying to qualify for the Classic, people trying to stay on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and that's where the laughing, crying, and all the emotions come in, Kyle Jesse.
No question about it. I mean, the last tournament of the year, no matter where we're at, is always going to be intriguing based on all the points races. But having it a place like the Mississippi River here in La Crosse, so many different patterns in play. The weights are going to be tight. Things are going to change each and every day. It's going to be a ton of fun to end the season here in La Crosse.
You're a former ball player. Can we, at some point this week, can I get you to hit a dinger over the fence?
I'd have brought a ball and some gloves and bats and done all that, but didn't realize we were going to be on set here at the ballpark. But yeah, two of my absolute favorite things, baseball and bass fishing, right here looking at the banks of the Mississippi River. How much better does it get?
Well, I know a few guys. I'm sure I can get you a ball and a bat, and we'll see if we can figure it out. But let's get caught up with everything that's been happening on the water with your Yamaha Midday Report. And we're going to get caught up, starting off with a guy that was in a whole different position the last time we were in this ball diamond. He won his second Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title, and that is the prodigy Brandon Palaniuk. And he is just a few points away from becoming a 14-time Classic qualifier.
Absolutely. That Classic qualification line, obviously one we're keeping an eye on this morning. So far, Brandon Palaniuk started off quick, got a lot of keeper bites. You saw that catch earlier where he caught a fish that had a topwater in its mouth, one of the first catches we saw of the day. Had some heroics here last year the last year that we were at the Mississippi River, catching him on a big swim bait, see him throwing a topwater, doing a variety of different things. Watch out for Brandon Palaniuk right below that projected Classic cut line.
This one
says he doesn't look at the points. Well, don't look now, but you need every single point that you can get. But a guy that people speak of with the ultimate reverence in this part of the world, Pat Schlapper, won an Elite Series event earlier this year in the Sabine River, or as he called it, Sabine River. Pat Schlapper is a scary, scary dude on this river.
No question about it. When you get in this part of the country, Pat Schlapper is a name that everybody recognizes. Obviously, across the last handful of events in the Bassmaster Elite Series, has put himself in a position to qualify for the Bassmaster Classic. Needs a good one here. So far, it's been fun to watch. Obviously, currently leading 14 pounds, 2 ounces. Putting on a show, rods blowing up, things are happening. Kung Fu Panda's back.
Yeah, we don't need no stinking rods. I'll just hand line it in. Everybody talking about Angler of the Year, but Rookie of the Year, a very compelling race. And between two guys, both on the Surge squad, and that is Tucker Smith, an Elite Series rookie and Elite Series champion, and trying to become a Rookie of the Year.
Absolutely. Tucker Smith, 9 points back heading into this tournament of the Rookie of the Year standings. Obviously, off to a great start this morning, catching some fish offshore. Looks like he's mixed in a handful of different baits. Been a lot of fun to watch him. Had a chance to shoot some content with he and Paul Marks yesterday, and you would have no idea that they were battling it out for Rookie of the Year. Cool, calm, collective. I tried to get something out of him, get him to do a little trash talking. Not going to happen. These guys are rooting for each other as much as they can be, but Tucker Smith wants that Rookie of the Year.
Really doesn't give you a lot. I mean, I feel like he's got a flux capacitor's broken or something. He's just here to take titles from people. And another guy that suffers from that very thing is our reigning and defending Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, trying to become the 4th ever to go back-to-back in that category, Chris Johnston.
Absolutely, looking to join an exclusive club. You know, he said it this morning at takeoff. You only get so many opportunities to win Rookie of the Year, to have Angler of the Year, to have that opportunity 2 years in a row. Not even made a top 10 this season. I think that's one of the most impressive things that you look at his record. I mean, consistency all the way through. I think his lowest finish of the year is a 33rd, maybe somewhere in that ballpark. Obviously, a place he's had success here. Made a top 10 the last time we were here. Going to be fun to keep an eye on Chris Johnston.
We better keep your eye on this guy, 20-year-old fishing phenom Trey McKinney, hot off his 2nd Elite Series win in a 2-way tie with Chris Johnston. And he's the youngest ever qualified, the youngest to ever win Rookie of the Year, the youngest to ever win an Elite Series event. He would love to become the youngest angler of the year in Bassmaster history.
I mean, that has to be exhausting, Dave, to rattle off all the accolades
really
just
in
a 2-year span, of course, for Trey McKinney. You know, what can you say? I mean, we've talked about it almost every single tournament this season outside of the St. John's River tournament. Slow start, but the record afterwards is unbelievable. The amount of top 10s, 2nd at the Bassmaster Classic. That bad finish was something we didn't see much of in year 1. Obviously, has rebounded in a big, big way. Wins the tournament at St. Clair, sets up a battle of the ages for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Here this year, it's going to be a lot of fun to keep an eye on these two. And you could feel it this morning at takeoff. Those guys are feeling it.
They were definitely feeling the pressure before takeoff, leading into this. This is a fishery that is so fun to come and have fun at, to go fun fishing.
Absolutely.
But to get that bigger than average bite, and I'm hearing from a lot of guys that the fish are very condensed. You got miles and miles of slop, but they're in very small areas. But a guy who's found that area is 2-time Elite Series champion, the cruise missile, John Cruz, leading this thing, and not shocked at all, because if it's got grass, he catches bass. Brian Schmidt, our defending champion in this very event, in 2nd, and the always scary Pat Schlapper in 3rd place.
Absolutely. John Cruz off to a great start this morning, has a 4-4 in the boat. Like you mentioned, that is a key fish here at the Mississippi River. A great chance to upgrade, has a couple of, 2.5s right in that range. So a lot of room to upgrade. And then, like you said, Brian Schmidt, when you get in that style of tournament that fits his wheelhouse, he doesn't miss. I mean, he strictly does not miss. River fishing, grass fishing, always going to be there.
Home cooking paying off this time around. If you look 3, 4, and 5, all from Wisconsin. But let's go over to our Rookie of the Year leader, Paul Marks. Already won an Elite Series event, and Tucker Smith is trying to chase him down. He's trying to make a move in the leaderboard, but Paul Marks is making a move right now. And this is going to be a fun tournament because, let's be honest, a lot of those guys have been kind of stereotyped, if you go to the internet, as doing one thing. But a lot of them are here to prove a point here this week.
No question. I mean, both these guys obviously want to do that. But, I mean, you look at a guy like Tucker Smith, who's chasing Paul Marks, grew up fishing on the Coosa River, Lake Guntersville, a lot of those central Alabama lakes, knows how to catch them shallow. Obviously, we've seen that so far today. But Paul Marks, having a slow morning so far, 1 in the box for 1.8, certainly needs to make a move in the standings to hold on to that Rookie of the Year lead.
A great season, whatever way it works out. And how cool is that to battle it out with your roommate for Rookie of the Year? But speaking of a battle, atop that battle is your reigning and defending Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And make no mistake, what you're seeing Chris Johnston do right here is something he is very apt at doing. Finished 2nd the last time we were here, and he's going to be a player this time around. Unofficially in 31st place. 11 points back from Trey McKinney right now.
And how ironic was it that this morning, 30 minutes into the day, Trey McKinney, Chris Johnston, 1 and 2 on Bass Track. It's like these things write themselves, it seems like, out here.
Well, we stole the writers from the NFL. That's what we've done here, and it's working out fabulous so far.
Do you have the script?
I cannot reveal that, but trust me, you're going to want to stay tuned till Sunday. It is exhilarating. Chris grew up fishing the Trent Severn Waterway, Kawartha Lakes, and this is the bodies of water that he fished. Rice Lake, pigeon, buckhorn, shamong, all bodies of water that look exactly like this. Skugog, this is what he fishes. Talked to him last night, and he said the problem is their fish are so isolated into small areas, and you have to take advantage of every single moment. He had a scary moment just a few minutes ago. Looked a little long, Here we go.
I think I saw some teeth as well.
Yeah. There are a bunch of those. A lot of guys catching them. A lot of guys catching shoe pig, dogfish, whatever you want to call it.
About 50 different names for that species of fish. Some of them we can't put on air.
Half of them come from Louisiana, ironically. Every time we come here, I'm reminded just how beautiful this part of the country is. You know, you got miles and miles of aquatic vegetation. You got, the hills. It's just an incredible part of the world. I mean, Wisconsin obviously known for football, cheese, and beer, but also bass fishing.
No question about it.
I do like those other things, though, too, to be honest. Over to 8-time Bassmaster winner Brandon Palaniuk. Boy, he's been the king of making critical moves throughout his career. You look at how many times he's made a big risk, and you look at that 6'2" that he caught on St. Clair to make the gutsy call to make a 30-40 mile run for one bite. And he's hooked up live.
Yeah. He should help. Should help. I've caught so many bass on that. It's a little 1/4 ounce BKK Ned head and a little 4 1/4 XM Ned zone, and it is like, seems to be the best bait this week. Definitely cold.
Brandon Palaniuk trying to make classic number 14. That hook right there will stick him in. Sure. I mean, Brandon Palaniuk was catching him on a bait caster in St. Clair, so we might as well come here where everyone's using a bait caster and catch him on a spinning rod. Such an incredible body of water. We got great things coming up. Davey Height is still sucked on a sandbar somewhere. Hopefully he'll join us. We got Sam Sobey joining us in a little bit, and we'll be right back. Bass Pro Shop's top tackle and everything else from the halftime show. Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats, and what a beautiful playing field we have here this week. Mississippi River. Pools 7, 8, and 9, but it is not an easy river to travel. A lot of guys got stuck on sandbars, and a lot of people getting towed around here this week, but I'm happy to report that I don't know who got him off the sandbar, but well, look who has shown up here. The Revelstoke Rouser himself, the one and only Davey Height, and good to have you on set.
It's great to be here with you guys. You know, the river changes. It's been a few years since I've been here. Those sandbars move around.
Yeah, well, they'll get you when you're least expecting. This tournament, so much on the line here. Yeah. You've been here. You've played at this level. You've won the title that everyone's talking about, Angler of the Year. What's going on in our anglers' heads this morning?
So there's so much going on. I talked a little bit this morning on the dock with a few people about, this event is, someone's going to hold up a blue trophy. Someone's going to win $100,000. Someone's going to, maybe it's their automatic berth to the Bassmaster Classic. Maybe someone that wouldn't have been in otherwise. But Angler of the Year being on the line is the focus because it changes. You talk about titles. I've heard you talk about it, Dave Mercer. And that's a title that no one will ever take away. It separates you from so many other anglers. The thing that I remember is when I won my first Angler of the Year title, how right up until that moment, I was a year-to-year angler. And I hate to say it that way, but it's really kind of that way. Until you win a Bassmaster Classic or win a Bassmaster Angler of the Year, you're just kind of a year-to-year guy. You could not requalify, and I mean, there's just a lot of things, but it changes everything. Chris Johnston knows that. He won last year. He says there's not as much pressure on him this year, but I can tell you, I spent a fair amount of time with Chris and with Trey yesterday. They are both very worried about today and tomorrow. I mean, both of them said, I didn't find enough fish, all that sort of thing, but they understand. And one other quick thing, and I'll hush. I was thinking about a lot of things when I was on the sandbar. Trey McKinney, Trey has been, to me, like numb to all of his success. And I thought, he's just so young, he doesn't realize what it really means to say the youngest to win an Elite Series, the youngest to qualify, the youngest. But he realizes the moment that he's in here this week. I saw it in his face yesterday, had dinner with a group that he was at last night. I mean, he, for the first time, realizes what's really at stake here this week, in my opinion.
And here's a weird thought, and I haven't thought about it till now, but when you say that, I had spent a bunch of time talking to him after St. Clair, before St. Clair, and he said to me, he keeps bringing up the late penalty last year that literally cost him Angler of the Year. Yeah. In some ways, could that have been, like, you always hear those stories of bad luck turned good luck. He's definitely tightened the ship this year as far as, making sure he's dotting the T's and everything's taken care of. That could work out to be the best thing to happen in his career, as ironic and crazy as that sounds.
You're exactly right. In life, sometimes things happen and we don't know why. And they're bad things, that was a bad thing to him. But it's just one of the parts of our game. You have to be in at a certain time. There's a lot that goes on other than just catching fish. But I really think you're exactly right. Last year, I don't think he would have realized the magnitude of Bassmaster Angler of the Year and winning it had he not had some bad luck last year. I think this year you can see it, and maybe, and who knows who's going to win. It's going to be great. I hope it goes till Sunday afternoon, the last fish. But I think it'll mean more to him as he's matured a little more and realizes you can't let those moments slip away. I don't care who you are. Anyone that's participating in sport, you only have so many shots at goal for a Classic or an Angler of the Year title.
I remember you saying that on stage when you won at Pickwick. You said you never know when this will be your last Elite Series win. Yep. So you never know. And but one thing you do know is Kyle Jesse, Bass Pro Shop's top baits, and you're going to fill us in on what's going to play here this week.
That's exactly right. Obviously, like we always do, looking back at the previous Elite Series tournaments, opens here 2016 Elite, 2018 Elite, 2019 Open, 22 Elite, and 24 Open, looking back at the top baits that have performed here. And as we've seen so far on live this morning, a hollow belly frog being the #1 choice. Obviously, Chris Johnston doing a lot of damage on it. You can always count on a frog playing here, right, Davey?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always been a player on this river. I won a tournament a long, long time ago, just a few pools south of here. Caught every fish I weighed in on a frog. And for people from down south like I am that have never been up to the upper end of the Mississippi, the biggest frogs you've ever seen in your life live right here on these pools right here. Great big giant bullfrogs, and the bass absolutely love them.
#2, Texas rig creature bait. You can almost guarantee anybody that's throwing a frog is also mixing in a Texas rig creature bait, whether it's a lighter weight, heavier weight to punch the vegetation, going to be a player here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I was on the dock this morning, and as most fishermen do, I was peeking at everyone's rods on the front deck. Hunter Schrock had 4 of those tied on with different size weights, along with, like you say, like every boat seemed to have some tied on.
Absolutely. Third, obviously, a flipping jig, going to be a player, one that I have to imagine you had some success here back in the day.
Oh, yeah. And it's old school black blue here. That's the color. That's the jig. Swim jig, almost everyone this morning I saw had them tied on. It was interesting. Everybody knows Bill Lowen loves to fish a jig. He said, I tried green pumpkin. I tried this color, that color. Old school black blue jig is what I'll be throwing all week.
Absolutely. And then #4, a swim jig. You just mentioned it there. Off-road vehicle. Essentially, you can put it anywhere. Going to be a player as well?
Yeah, absolutely. That's just a little different color. Swim jig, flipping jig, that white combination with a little chartreuse will definitely be a big player. the cool thing about that, you have a lot of shallow vegetation. If those fish don't want to come all the way up to the surface, that swim jig is an excellent choice.
And then last but not least, a vibrating jig, a bait we see all over the country play here, all the vegetation, submerged vegetation as well. It's going to be a player as well.
I think you looked at everyone's front deck just like I did, Kyle Jesse, because this morning I saw a lot of vibrating jigs tied on. There again, it goes hand in hand with shallow vegetation. Great option, especially if the water's a little stained, maybe you've got some wind or some clouds.
And that's the one interesting thing about the top lures when you look back at those galleries is the number of baits that show up in those top 10 galleries. I mean, it was 2 pages worth of baits that I was listing out, trying to figure out. Very versatile fishery, a lot of different baits at play.
Yeah, and I saw fewer spinning rods on the front deck than I've seen all year by far, and obviously all of those baits are power fishing baits. You nailed it.
Watching Trey McKinney live right now, who is trying to become the youngest progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year in Bassmaster history.
I mean, of course,
And while we watch him, we've got another fun segment we like to do. Kyle Jesse, buying and selling.
Yeah, absolutely. No dock talk this week, but the off day, we got a chance to talk to a lot of our anglers. Obviously, some bold predictions, some that are going to have you guys debate here. Starting out, tied Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Chris Johnston said, I think the big weights will come from pools 7 and 8, or 7 and 9, excuse me, but the winner will come from pool 8. You buying or selling that, Davey Hype?
I'm buying, just because of the odds. I think the fishing is better this week in 7 and 9, but I think because there's so much on the line, even though we talk about it all the time, points are points, whether it's the first tournament or final one, pressure on so many of these anglers, whether they're trying to requalify, trying to make classic, trying to win Angler of the Year, there's a lot of guys that are playing it safe this week. So just sheer numbers, 80% of the field on this pool, you got to buy that's where it's going to be won.
Mercer, are you buying or selling it?
Whew. I agree that on Alaska, I think there's better fishing outside of this pool. But I just feel like that is a gamble. 4 days in a row. Locking seems to have gotten more difficult here. I mean, they used to even have set times or a number you could call. You can't even call anyone. You just got to stand in line. And, yeah, I just there's going to be too many people fishing here. The fishing, we're going to have big players. We're going to see it pop off here and there where you see a big bag coming from those other, but I think it'll be one here today.
All right, Jason Christie said, I think the winning weight will be right about 60 pounds. That low, high, you buying 60 pounds or are you selling it?
I'm buying 60. Yeah, 60? I think that's right on.
Mercer?
I'm selling. I'm a tournament MC. I want to blitz them. I'm going to say 65 plus.
I love it. Absolutely. Carl Johnston said, somebody will figure out a way to win using forward-facing sonar. We just talked all about these power fishing baits. We've seen a lot of power fishing so far on camera. You buying it or selling it, the winner will be using forward-facing sonar.
So I'm going to buy that the winner will be using it, but I think it'll be less than we've probably seen all year. I mean, all of these anglers, with the exception of maybe one, I didn't look at his boat this morning, but have it on their boat, and they use it in some way. But I don't think we'll see it, like looking at individual fish all day from the winner. But I think it's just a tool that anglers use for a lot of other things other than shaking a minnow in front of a fish. They look for isolated clumps of grass. They look for a lot of things. So I'm buying that it will be used.
Okay. Mercer?
I'm right there with Davey. Totally. I mean, it's too much of a tool now. Anglers watching the edge, like you look at the edge of the way that they're fishing, it's the easiest way to see what you're fishing. So I think it'll be a player, but it's not going to be a player like a traditional sense that we saw on Lake St. Clair.
Yep.
And let's be honest, there's a lot of anglers that's what they look for now. So, I mean, it's just similar to your theory on this hole being where people will win this tournament. It's the same thing. We got some bad mamma jammas, and they're all doing that.
Yes.
I'm going to throw in a bonus question here real fast. We're watching Chris Johnston. Chris Johnston going to win Angler of the Year. You buying or selling it?
Honestly, I know Chris. I've known him for a number of years now. Not as well as you do, but they've been around long enough to know. I've grown to know Trey. I think it's a coin toss. I mean, I really and truly do.
Sure.
You have to go with just Chris won last year. His nerves can't be as bad as they were last year or as bad as maybe Trey. So I will give him the edge, say he's going to win. But, man, I don't think it's going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination.
I hate to keep agreeing with you, but I 100%. I mean, I think it is really like this is normally I have a bit of a feeling. Like I'm like, And on paper, you're going to say Chris Johnston. He finished second the last time we were here. But Trey McKinney doesn't listen to on paper. And let's be honest, his career, he's had some hurdles. There's some people that look at what he's accomplished as quickly as he has, and they'll look down on him. I think this may be his opportunity, and I get it. I live in Canada. But Trey McKinney may rise up as the Falcon. He may be. I could see him on day 3 weighing in with an American flag behind him. And as he holds up those fish, he could be Captain America and take down Chris Johnston. But it is totally a coin flip.
One other thing real quick. What he did at St. Clair in our last event, right out there in the group of boats, you know, he's not going away. If Chris wins, he's going to earn it, I guarantee you.
Out in the water with Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year leader Paul Marks. He's looking at him.
Yep, definitely looking. But could be doing exactly what we talked about, though. Could be looking for those higher clumps of vegetation with his forward facing. So they use it in a lot of other ways other than just a fish suspended in the water column.
Number 2, maybe. Sick, he's hooked so bad through the tongue. Maybe not.
Paul Marks trying to hold on and win Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. One of the few events that you get one shot at your rookie season, and he is battling it out with his roommate, Tucker Smith. Scenes of Jim Bitter. Get it in the boat.
Yes.
Good.
He's measuring that fish, and looks like it's good. And hey, guys, I'm a little excited. I got a very special guest coming up. My buddy Sam Sobey, local YouTube superstar, local pro angler, and he's going to join us in a little bit. And I mean, his name's just fun to say. Say it, Davey Hyde. Sam Sobey.
Sam Sobey.
So fun to say.
Sam Sobey.
Sam Sobey. Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats and beautiful La Crosse, Wisconsin. The Mississippi River, pools 7, 8, and 9 are playing field this time around. And this is it. 4 more days of competition on the Bassmaster Elite Series. I guess 3.5 officially right now. And it all comes down to this. Whether you're trying to qualify for the Elite Series to stay here, whether you're trying to qualify for the Classic, win Rookie of the Year, win Ring Angler of the Year, it all gets decided here. And when big things happen, we grow here at the show, and we make big things happen. And Sam Sobey, you are joining the set. And, man, this is your backyard. This is a body of water you're very familiar with. How cool is it to see the elites here?
So cool. I can just I had tingles. You know, I woke up this morning, it was like 60 degrees, flat, calm. Feels like almost like the first day of fall. And I'm like, the elites, they're at La Crosse, they're at the river. And it's a slugfest. It's a jungle of big line and topwater fishing and a bunch of stuff. I'm excited. I'm really excited for you guys to be here.
So I got a quick question for you. The anglers, they're always struggling. The river's not doing as good as it should be and all this stuff. I'm really not buying that. Tell us about what has happened here locally. I mean, the weights are just as good as ever, right?
Yeah, I feel like the weights are even bigger than the last times you guys have been here. There's been a lot of local tournaments where there's been a lot of mid 20-pound bags, a lot of 22-plus bags, and it seems like a lot of pool 7. It's just kicking out big fish. But like you guys said, it's kind of a gamble to go there. So it's fishing good.
One of the things anglers told me going into this event is, I mean, this fishery is synonymous with frog fishing. And when you get here, you arrive and you're like, hey, look, it's a postcard of bass fishing. It's beautiful. But guys are saying those big, massive mats, you go for ever, it seems. But there'll be 7, 8 fish that are just in kind of one area that's the size of 1 or 2 bass boats. Why is that?
That's why watching this live coverage is really cool, and I'm going to be glued to it all week, because these guys that do find the fish, they're finding such minute nuances. It's like you can go on anywhere, 7, 8, 9, go out to these massive fields of duckweed, and it looks like bass paradise, but it's those guys that find just a little bit something different, whether they're holding in the pads or there's some extra milfoil under it or a small little depth change or a ditch or the right current. cleaner water. There's a lot of different ingredients, and once these guys figure it out, they can run it. But the scary thing is, on the river, yesterday is history, tomorrow's a mystery. This is changing. This is changing every day.
Yeah, that's one big thing I've noticed coming here, and you know, it's been 3 years since we were here before. How much this river changes in a few years. I assume it's doing it every single year.
Yeah.
And the area that, the 100 square foot area in all of Stoddard's is going to hold fish this week, could be different next week. Certainly 3 years ago, so many changes on this river. The floods, those sandbars move around so much, don't they?
Yeah, and Stoddard is unique in its way where it's almost like one of the only areas that's protected on the river. It's not hitting a lot of that current. It doesn't change as much. But everywhere else, like a lot of people know if you're from here, it's been a really moist spring, moist summer. It's got a lot of rainfall. There's been current ripping through all those backwater chutes on Goose Island and everywhere all year. A lot of these fish are set up in different spots, and it's been consistently high all year too.
We're 4 bucks right now. The top two obviously leading angler of the year. Tucker Smith trying to win rookie of the year, but Pat Schlapper. Sam, talk to me about him, because I think that people, obviously he won the Sabine, but people do not realize the reverence that people from Wisconsin speak of him, especially on this river.
No, I know. It's just a huge one.
Yeah.
Pat.
Tucker just lost one, unfortunately. Sorry, finish your thought, Sam.
Pat is a bad dude. A bad dude. Not just folks from Wisconsin, anywhere in the upper Midwest. Pat has probably broken your heart more than once.
Crazy.
He's the type of guy that will win a tournament on Saturday, roll up to another tournament on Sunday, and then maybe fish a Tuesday nighter and break your heart. He's won so much on this river, and that's what's going to be really cool watching live, just to see kind of how he dissects it. He knows that Lake Onalaska area so well. That's a really dynamic area. It holds big fish. People know that, but he knows how to navigate it. He knows how to get sneaky with it.
So we've got a number of Wisconsin anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Would he be considered the local favorite, the local heavy?
Absolutely,
okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tucker Smith, we saw him just moments ago with a little bit of heartbreak as he tries to chase down the Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year leader,
I know everybody
his roommate, Paul Marks.
Dadgum, that was the biggest bite I've had. I'm praying it was a drum. But it wasn't running like a drum.
It's always a drum when you lose them, right? Definitely a drum.
It
100%
is
a drum.
But
wouldn't help.
A place like this, you get just a few of those, difference maker kind of bites. The 4-pounders, make all the difference in the world here, and it always hurts to lose one. You're exactly right. But on a place like this where you might catch 22-pounders and get that one bite, that's the one that you just cannot lose. Yeah.
Sam, you've been on set listening to us debate the winning weight and things like that. What do you think? What winning weight are we going to see for 4 days here?
It's so hard to predict this, just because a lot can change. And I do think those low 60s, I think that's a really good prediction in general. But like you said, you could see a guy like Pat open this up and I don't know, really bring in something crazy, or just the river is so dynamic and huge. One of these guys can crawl in a back chute and get themselves right really, really quick.
One thing I thought about, because that's always a big topic, is what's the winning weight going to be? And I think we all agree the low to mid 60s is kind of that number. What I would hope might happen, and it would be even better if it's Trey and Chris, but going into Championship Sunday, knowing you've made a top 10, have a couple anglers that haven't locked, go lock and fish new water and come in with a 20-plus pound bag. Yeah, that would be great if that happens on Sunday.
And remember, the thing that we haven't talked about, we've talked about everything on the line, but you also have in play, you win this tournament, you qualify for the Bassmaster Classic. This event is literally an eraser. You can erase a bad season. No matter what's happened this season, you win this tournament, and man, how awesome would it be? Because you're going to see, we always see gamblers on Sunday. You're going to see some huge gambles happen this Sunday.
I pulled up to this place that I started on this morning, and usually get a couple of bites pretty quick if they're here, and then they shut down. And pulled up in my second cast, had one thump it, the jig super hard, set the hook, and it was screaming, and it came off. But it's a good sign. We always lose fish, so that's part of it. But hopefully there's some more down there. I think there is, so see if we can get another one, and then we can't get any off these couple spots, then we're going to run back up closer to the ramp and finish our day out up there. So last year I caught some nice ones up there in the open, and then practice I caught a couple 3-pounders up there, so going to run up there in a little bit.
Had a good idea of what's going on in the mind of Tucker Smith. And that is an amazing mind in this sport. A 3-time high school champion, a collegiate champion, collegiate angler of the year. And guess what? Already an Elite Series champion. And I would say the champion of this segment, Davey Hyde, is Sam Sobey. He did very, very well. I'd like him to stick around, but you got to work for your pay. Sam Sobey, will you run to the back of that wall and get back here in time for our next segment?
Absolutely.
He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Time.
And he's off. Look at that, Davey Hyde.
Barefooted. You can tell he's new to this show.
Here he goes. Hopefully he makes it back. I mean, I would do that. Look at Wisconsin Caleb Kufal leading this thing. And Sam Sobey's, he's at the wall. He's at the wall. And he's on his way back. Davey, I could do the same thing, but I'd need to take a knee before the next segment. This guy's working a little too hard.
Yeah.
We don't put the screws in the bumper quite that quick around here at the factory, Sam, but I appreciate it. Stick with us. We'll be right back in just a few minutes' time. Caleb Kufal leading with 15 pounds. JT Tompkins with 15 pounds even. John Crosse 14-15. Brian Schmidt, defending champion, in the always scary Pat Schlapper. And don't forget, Jay Shakura could end his season with an exclamation mark. Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats, and it all comes down to this: top 9 of 2025. And what a tournament we are going to have here this week. Already off to a great start, but this incredible playing field is so beautiful, but been dominated by Pat Schlapper over the years many, many times. And let's get out in the water right now with former Bass Nation National Champion, Elite Series Champion, and double qualifier for the Elite Series, Pat Schlapper. Nothing to see there.
I got to investigate this more.
Boy, Schlapper had a ton of people at takeoff this morning cheering him on, and with good reason. He's got a great family and great support, and he's done great things in this part of the country. And Sam, he's a scary, scary cat.
Super scary cat. Yeah, it's going to be really fun to kind of watch Wrestle Live with him this week.
Kyle Jesse, good to have you back with us. We're going to do Fantasy Pick'em, right?
That is exactly right. TH Marine Bassmaster Fantasy Pick'em Challenge. Leading us off, AOY race. Trey McKinney, Chris Johnston. You're picking the winner of the AOY here. That's essentially what we're doing. Sam, who we got in that one?
I think I'm going to go with Chris. He's comfortable around grass. I know. I'm not picking it just because you guys picked it earlier, but I'm going with Chris, dude. He knows this.
Well, as a matter of fact, I know I did slightly give him the edge earlier, but as Mercer was looking at his fast track, I was looking over his shoulder. I'm going to say Trey McKinney now.
In the span of 2 segments, he's already changed his mind.
I mean, we don't gather that data for nothing, do we?
Inside info.
So I gotta split the uprights here. I gotta decide. I mean, I'm in a hard spot here. I mean, a lot of people at home are going to be real mad at me if I pick Trey. But I'm doing it. I'm going to. It's my official heel turn. Trey McKinney is going to win your Angler of the Year. Just do not tell the Johnston brothers, please.
You've had that dream several times this week of him flying in with American flag, and
I want him to. I want nobody to see the flag, and I want him just to raise the bass up, and then the flag just cascade out from below his arms, a la Kenny Powers. That is what Trey McKinney is going to do here this week.
Outstanding. Number 2, Rookie of the Year battle, Paul Marks versus Tucker Smith. Who we got?
Hold on. Wait a second.
Whoa.
As I speak of his regaling the stage with the American flag, let's see Captain America right now, Trey McKinney.
Bacon. Come on, baby. Let's go. Get in the boat, son. Okay. Oh, he's skinny. It don't matter, though. Good smallmouth. Okay. Let's see. Pliers. At least I didn't get tongue hooked like most of smallmouth do. Look at my scale. Not a bad smallmouth. Yep. Green. Good coral, 2 1/4.
Well, Trey McKinney getting a little help right there. I was just reminded, actually, of butter tarts. Butter tarts are a Canadian delicacy, and Chris Johnston's mother makes the best butter tarts in the world. She dropped a dozen off to the media trailer at last event. I am not picking Trey McKinney anymore. I'm all in with the Johnston brothers.
I was going to say, that'd be the last of your butter tarts.
Speaking with my belly. Kyle Jesse, keep it up.
Well, we'll pick up where we left off. Matchup number 2, Paul Marks versus Tucker Smith for Rookie of the Year. Who we got in that matchup? Sam.
I'm going to go Tucker Smith. He looks really comfortable today. Like, he looks like he figured some things out. Yeah. Tucker Smith. How about you?
I'm going to go Tucker Smith also. He's just had the momentum, it seems, of late. And, yeah, Tucker Smith.
Gosh, Tucker Smith. I mean, I just feel like where he grew up, it suits him. And Paul has had that lead for a long time. So I think Tucker Smith.
Clean sweep on matchup number 2. Matchup number 3, a couple guys right there inside the classic cut line. Evan Kung versus Brandon Lester. Sam, who we going with?
Start down at that end. These guys have been copying my picks. One has insider information, and the other two, they just follow my suit. You know,
Mercer, you got to go.
What? You've been here for like 12 minutes, and you're already taking over. Wow. I mean, I'm going to have to go. I want to go Lester, but I want to get back into my country, so I'm going to have to go Evan Kung.
Brandon Lester.
Brandon Lester.
I like it. I like it. Last but not least, straight braid matchup, John Cox versus Greg Hackney. Sam, we're going to go back to you on this one.
Oh, this is an awesome matchup right here. These boys were built to fish in La Crosse. I'm going John Cox, especially with the high water. He's got himself probably crawled in a nasty area at one of these days. One of these days he's gonna land on something crazy.
I agree. I mean, it'd be great to have a camera with both of them all week long because they love the power fish, obviously. Great with a frog, both of them. But a little edge to John Cox, like you said, probably getting back into that shallower water a little bit. And man, when there's frog fishing involved, both are great fishermen, but John Cox.
Well, I kind of want to go Greg Hackney just because you guys both went John Cox. And Greg Hackney is more intimidating. I mean, he's 85% gristle, but I'm going John Cox. I am all in with John Cox. Just do not tell Greg Hackney.
Be careful on the intimidating. The ones that's got that growl and got that look are not often the ones you need to be aware of. John Cox has always got a smile on his face, but don't count him out on.
He's got a bite.
Yeah.
That's going to be your TH Marine Fantasy Pick'em Challenge. And I got to give a shout out here. Matt Dowd, our very own Matt Dowd, is leading the entire game across the country. He's not eligible to win anything. He can't technically win, but he is technically leading the game right now.
Oh, yeah. The guy who does the scoring backstage.
Absolutely.
That's the most difficult. Yeah.
How
ironic.
You think he looks at the data?
Out in the water live right now with Trey McKinney.
Big smallmouth.
Here comes McKinney.
They're just so skinny. I mean, we've got so many. We've caught a bunch already. Just they're hell skinny. Just like this one. Pretty nice. Come here. They're just so skinny. He would weigh really good, but like if these smallmouth were fat, son, we could go on a streak, but not a bad one. Stop it. Purple.
Gosh, that is disgusting. Whatever he spit up. Ugh. Ugh. That was not what I wanted to see.
That's a difference this time around compared to the Open last year. A little later, and those smallmouth had bulked up. They are very, very skinny right now.
Heard a lot of the anglers talking about that in particular, this pool, the smallmouth seem to be thin, like very recently have spawned, but in 7 and even 8, if you catch a smallmouth, they seem to be more filled out for whatever reason.
Well, that is a battle for the ages right there. The tightest angler of the year race we've ever had, Trey McKinney and Chris Johnston. It's been a fun segment. Always great to have Davey Height with us, and we'll get to hang out with you all week. But Sam Sobey, you've done an incredible job, but it turns out not always incredible. I mean, you host one of our favorite podcasts, Pass the Barb, and you and the boys had a little bet last year at Fantasy Fishing, and you absolutely sucked at that. And the deal was the guy who finishes last has to fish a tournament with a Barbie or Snoopy rod. You have welched on the bet. You have not paid up. When is this going to happen, Sam Sobey?
I have just put this debt up. I'm living in debt. I haven't fished this Snoopy Pole tournament yet, and I'm now leading this year in fantasy. And they're all like, nothing counts. We will not do our kind of pay our debts until you've paid up. So I need to find a fall tournament. I need to jump in, and I need to rig this up with straight braid and just get after them. I can't believe you brought that up. Well, I don't know what they paid you.
I can't believe we had a guest on here that has not paid off his debts. Sam Sobey, I thank you. Kyle Jesse will be here all week. Davey Height here all week. Would you two race? Or?
No, absolutely not.
100%.
Absolutely not.
Well, we'll continue to follow the race, and don't go anywhere because the guy's back in the studio. Tommy Sanders, Such, Larry Nixon?
Not today.
Not today. Oh, I'm totally wrong. And Ronaldo.
Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Great to have you with us as Bassmaster Live coverage continues here at the final stop of the year for the 2025 Bassmaster Elite Series here in the upper Mississippi. Heading into the final 4 hours of fishing for the day, we have crossed the center point of day number 1. As we get close to the very end of the season, it's hard to believe, but there it is. Now I can believe the leaderboard. We got a Wisconsinite at top. Caleb Kufall, former Bassmaster Elite Series champion. Sean Cruz, also a former champion there. JT Tompkins of South Carolina moving into 3rd place. Jordan Lee of Alabama. Brian Schmidt of, well, I guess Brian's from Maryland. Maryland, yeah. Deal, Maryland.
A lot of guys in that leaderboard, either from the Wisconsin region, from a river-type fishery as their upbringing,
Virginia, Maryland,
title,
right,
even De Palma from Jersey. Like, there's quite a few that should be in the top 10 that are.
Big story coming in still. The big story is Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, one of the most important achievements in the sport of fishing. 2 guys tied for that coming into this tournament here to start this day. Trey McKinney and Chris Johnston. Trey McKinney in his 2nd year, Chris Johnston in his 7th year, and also is the defending champion, Chris Johnston. At that, and that's the way it stacks up there. They got here in completely different ways. Chris Johnston, by not making a single top 10, but fishing well enough, consistently enough to get that point total. And Trey McKinney with a terrible start, but bouncing back with 5 top 10 finishes. That's how you do it, too.
There's always a what-if factor, Tommy. Looking at that 89th place finish from the St. John's, I mean, every other finish is 29th or better.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah.
If that 89th is 50th or 39th, it's just not even close right now.
Chris Johnston does have a limit now. It took him the better part of the morning to get that limit in the boat. That has moved him up the leaderboard, where he was, and enjoys a bit of a lead over Trey McKinney at this point. Got 101 anglers out there today. We'll have the full field again tomorrow, and after that, we cut the field to 50. We'll fish for 10 spots on Championship Sunday.
While Trey was finding the bigger than average fish at St. Clair, he's not found them here yet.
No.
I'll say He's fished, for as tough as practice was, he's fished safe this morning. Being in the Black River, where numbers are, but not always big ones. Chris was out every time he set the hook was a decent one. It just wasn't a lot of bites.
Not many at all.
Thought there'd be a mixed in largemouth. This is perfect.
Just give us a little update so far.
I'm starting to fish kind of some new water. Had 1 or 2 bites in this area in practice. Actually 3 or 4 on a frog. A couple decent ones. Can't get them to come up on the frog very good, so just punching it. It's a little slower, but there's a ton of fish released in this area. So I've caught big ones in here before, so just slowing down, punching. We got a limit now. We need 2 good bites. We got half the day to get it done. We're gonna fish a little new water here this afternoon. Go back to where we started, do another pass through there. That spot is literally the size of my boat where those fish are, so we'll let them set up again and see if we can go trick up a couple more.
Chris Johnston started the morning with a 3-pound, 12-ounce bass. He's up to 11, 12 on the day.
All right, let's get over to one of our contenders for Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, Paul Marks. And Paul Marks apparently having some issues right now.
Paul Marks here. It's, I guess, about 11 o'clock. I was just leaving my main area on the lower end of 8, running back up. Something happened to my boat, some kind of mechanical failure, but we got a good guy right here that's towing me up to the Black River, and I'm gonna try and finish my day out there, whatever time I have left once we get there, and fish around the ramp, hopefully get 2 more fish, fill my limit. It's been a pretty tough morning so far, but it's what it is, so hopefully run into them once we get up there in about an hour, but see what happens.
That's a tough break there.
No doubt about it.
Up on top in an important race.
And the only consolation you have, Tommy, is that he has done so well this season. He's 10th in points. No fear of missing the Classic.
Oh no.
Or due to mechanical failure on that. But with the ROI race as tight as it is, it does put a damper on your morning.
Yeah. You want that ROI.
But it could be a blessing in disguise. You go and fish in the Black River. You're limited to there today. You may figure out something for tomorrow.
Hey, could be.
Chris just lost one punching. A lot of leverage, those fish, and that's why the frog is. It's not tremendously easier, but it is much easier. They've already done half the battle of getting through that stuff.
Getting them up out of it, yeah. To bite the frog, yeah. And but he said he couldn't really get the frogs to come up, or the fish to come up and bite the frog. So, what are you gonna do? Get back out to Tucker Smith. Tucker Smith on some good smallmouth this morning.
It was a decent morning. Caught a limit faster than I expected, and then caught a nice one. So just need a couple of those good bites to have a good day. Pulling back up to a place that I caught a nice one earlier. Gonna see if they've grouped back up. And the problem is a lot of this grass is blowing down this river, and it's getting tough to fish a little bit, but just been throwing this Picasso jig and Yamacraw around and dragging it around these current breaks and trying to catch some smallies and largemouth. This place I caught a largemouth in practice, like a 3-pounder. I pulled up today and caught all smallmouth, so it's pretty cool how you can catch both species in the same area. But we're just looking for those 3-pounders, and I know this spot's got some on it. If we don't catch anything, we're gonna run up the river and try some stuff that I caught some in practice, some nice ones, so got a little bit of time left. Losing that big one kind of stinks, but definitely more that we can catch, so gotta stay positive. I'm just glad I got that nice one in this morning.
Tucker started the day 9 points back of Paul Marks for Rookie of the Year. He's about 50 spots ahead right now.
Yeah,
Paul Marks has
that race
issues with his boat.
Really got a different complexion to it right now for sure, but Paul Marks has the remainder of today without not a lot of help. His equipment, but might get something done. And as Ronnie said, he might figure out something at least. Back to Pat Schlapper. Great morning.
Dinged as a negative, but when you only have 3 halfway through your day in the Mississippi River, maybe you need someone to take you somewhere else. Go.
Yeah.
Make me leave.
Can you guys just hang here for a little bit before you leave? I just want to check it out real quick.
I got 2 more stops I got to make.
That they were in.
But maybe they are today.
That was fun. I don't know if he'll help.
That's not helping.
I don't think it will. Oh, he got the food. He's stocky though. Maybe. He might be actually close to 3.
I'd say he's bigger than 2.4, but I'm not
268.
I'm not totally dialed into
Several
these
that are
river
like
fish yet.
in that range.
How dark it is.
Yeah, he's a hair bigger. I think. We're gonna beam him though, just to make sure. Number 3. That was fun.
We're in the boat with Pat Schlapper because when we started this morning, he was the last man in classic qualifying. As those numbers stand right now at the start of this tournament. He's fishing to keep his status there, make it into his 5th Bassmaster Classic, and as often as not, he makes a difference in a Classic. He shows up for big events. There's no doubt about that. Pat Schlapper with 14 pounds 2 ounces. That's a good total for day number 2. Tucked in there under Brian Schmidt, Jordan Lee, JT Tompkins, John Cruz, and Caleb Kufall. Brian Smith, Greg DePalma, and KJ Queen. Jay Shakurit in 7th place. The 2025 Pro Guide Batteries Bassmaster Elite from La Crosse, Wisconsin on the upper Mississippi River. Live coverage sponsored by Garmin. All week long here. Great pictures we have seen so far today. I mean, you can't find a direction you can look in that's not impressive and doesn't look fishy. It's one of those places like the Red River, everywhere you look, looks like it's loaded with fish, but not all places are equal, and they never are. Chris Johnston trying to be the 4th man ever to win back-to-back.
What's that?
Progressive Bassmaster Elite titles.
That's what they're supposed to be eating, the brim. We're just gonna work to this tip probably. Then we're gonna go back to where we started. We got one day of heavy rain. That's what flooded and made a lot of it dirty, which kind of sucks. One good one. Yeah. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So yesterday we were off. But the first day seemed like decent fishing. And then the water started to come up. And things just kept changing.
Chris Johnston, Corey Johnston, both landed on the Bassmaster Elite Series back in 2019. The first tournament was down at the St. Johns River. And those of us who weren't really attuned to them as much as we should have been were wondering how well they'd do coming down from Ontario to fish in Florida in wintertime. And man, they took to it instantly. They showed that they can really catch them, especially in environments like this with a lot of vegetation. Shallow water, too.
Last year at the St. Lawrence, Tommy, both of them surpassed the $1 million mark in the fewest number of events, 65 and 66, and I forget which was which, but they beat, I think, Patrick Walters.
Those are now the two fewest number of events that someone's made $1 million in. Okay. Both of them.
Both of them. Wow. The same tournament. They took away.
Are you counting the fact that they share?
No,
they each individually did. Okay. All right.
One won $100,000 for the AOY, one won $100,000 for the tournament, and then their points in second, third place.
There's our battle coming to the event tied, Trey McKinney and Chris Johnston. You look at where they currently are, 20th on the right for Chris Johnston, on Bass Track 31st for Trey. It's going to be like that back and forth, because think about that, that's 11 spots and they're only a pound off.
Oh yeah,
weight-wise, like we're gonna be doing this
very
the next
much
few
like
days.
The last tournament
for sure.
A little bit of weight moves you a lot of position.
Well, Jay Shakir started 42 points back. He's gained. He's in 7th to Chris Johnston's 20th. So there's 13 on that.
Yeah, but
on
see
day
that,
one.
But that's why the magic number for these two guys that are tied is, you get the top 50. Patrick Walters in 5th, can't win AOI no matter what. You stay in the top 40. Shakir it. Can't do it because he's 42 back. Kiyoya is 40 back.
Your clinch number.
Every single hour of every day, you're slowly eliminating people off, and then when we get through full days, you're going to be down to just 2 of y'all by Saturday probably.
Yeah, it's like you're at a shooting gallery at the fair.
Yeah,
different
targets.
Ducks
are falling over.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
And it opens it up. It could be one of those deals where Trey or Chris misses the cut, and the other's in the 40s and makes the cut, and we think, they have the, but then someone else can come in because they're so far down, you know. You could have somebody who's 3rd or 4th jump up and have a chance to win. So not done, for sure.
Well, last year we had all top 10 within 50 points. And Hamner was leading, and Johnston was right. Chris Johnston was right there. Jacob Fouts took the day one lead.
Yeah.
I just wrote a photo gallery. All the close AOI races. Here was Brandon Palaniuk kind of slipping and not catching his limit till late.
Yeah.
Two other guys
he had
passed
a
him.
60-point lead coming into the final event.
No, they knocked it down at Oahe when he was 66.
Oh, it was 60 going into yeah.
They knocked it after day one. They knocked it to 14 and 15.
Oh, that's right.
Well,
Lester and Chris Johnston.
Started out not great, and then it got good in a hurry on my second one of my main spots. There was quite a group of them there. Caught a bunch of fish, two real good ones, and then I got 2 of them that are 3 3/4, and then I got the other 3 are high 2s, 2 3/4, 2 80s. I just made a small call on a frog here. There was a pretty good wad of them here the other day. But yeah, now it's kind of, it's 11:30. It doesn't look like there's much barge traffic, but I'm probably going to lock through here pretty quick. Which kind of stinks because I don't feel like I've got too many areas to go on 8 where I could get a good one, but I don't want to risk it. Oop, they're in there. That one he didn't get it though. This little patch had a minor infestation 2 days ago. I didn't catch any of them, but I did catch a big one out of this patch. This is really the best little frog area I found, which it's an area I usually don't fish, but they were in here the other day. But no, I'm happy with my weight. I mean, I just didn't have a great practice, and I had the spot we started and the spot where we ended up catching pretty much our whole bag was really the only two groups of fish that I found that I thought had any size to them. And there's still a bunch of them in that second area because I seen them with my eyes. They came up schooling a few times. Just sucked it down. So I'm optimistic I can maybe catch some more out of there, but I think they also know that they're being fished for now, so might be a little trickier, but
Jay Shakir just moved up to third with a 3.5 pounder.
Oh, he came off. God dang it. That's the problem with that. When that hook is turned like that, that's not good. Dang it. I don't feel like I did anything wrong. That's just kind of how it goes fishing like this. Sometimes they did that first one, double hook, top of the mouth. I think that was a good fish too. But I don't know, you got to expect to miss some, lose some. It's just hard to get them all on this. No matter how good you are at it. And I'm not that good at it. I mean, I'm all right at it, but some of the guys I fish with down here are a heck of a lot better at it. Mike Brigham wouldn't have lost that fish.
Shakir's tied JT Tompkins with 15 pounds even. Just gained him several points in the current status of Chris Johnston being 20th and Trey McKinney being 31st.
And then that one just double hook in the top. This is the nature of it. You just never know when it's going to be a big boy doing this. Really, you never know when it's going to be a big boy anywhere on this river.
$10 pounds.
Slow down, like count to 10.
Really? Have you got any good ones? What do you got?
Like 60.
Anywhere it should hit?
Man, I probably burned it. Like, try to fall slow. Like I caught several little ones.
Yeah.
Gave up on it, and then it was just sitting there, and I caught it.
Back here?
No, not there.
You've just fished that?
Yeah.
I need to fish like the right side. You didn't fish that?
Didn't fish that.
You just caught them off one area? All right.
Schmidt say 16, he had 16.
This is 14.8. I don't know.
Such, don't blow a gasket. It's fine.
Well, he'd be close to the lead then.
It's a nice fish.
Chris Johnston, not.
Hey, I'll just say it. People freak out when they see Trey talking to people helping. This could help Chris Johnston, no doubt.
Oh.
Knowing that big fish are in his area. No, just in the past tournaments time. I mean,
Kufal just called up 2 pounds with a 480s at 18.8.
Wow. He called up big time.
Seconds ago.
Goodness. All right, Caleb Kufal, John Cruz, Jay Shakurat, J.T. Tompkins, and Jordan Lee. Jordan Lee is being kind of pesky today. He doesn't want to fall out of that top 10. He may be on to something there. Brian Schmidt, whom we just heard from, Pat Schlapper, Brian Smith, and the others.
We are here on one of my favorite places on earth, and it is the Mississippi River in Crosse, Wisconsin. A lot of vegetation down here, and one of my favorite ways to attack it is with some sort of flipping bait. This one here has become one of my favorites. It's the Big Bite Baits, Flip Around and Find Out. Not only an awesome name, also an awesome fish catcher. This one's on a real heavyweight, 1.5 ounces. I'll also have something on a 3/8 for flipping around, maybe cut bank or something like that. But not a lot of appendages on it, comes through the cover really good. Super, super effective when you're flipping around vegetation.
Pat Schlapper right there. The top tackle, the Bass Pro Shop's top tackle, Pat Schlapper, who sold tackle for many years at a retail level up here in Wisconsin before making the move to become a full-time pro angler.
Tommy,
doing
I think
very well here.
You told me that during the commercial break. Flip around and find out, Ronnie. You better back up.
No,
easy, Tommy.
I said something else. I can't remember exactly.
Oh, that's right.
I think it was fool around.
Oh, okay.
Sure. Of course. Tucker Smith. His position brightening up a little bit.
I'll be the buzzkill.
To win the Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year.
I'll be
the man he was chasing has had some issues and is probably working at a diminished level right now.
You can see, sorry, Tommy, you can see the river current coming down over the left shoulder.
Side,
yeah, you see the water disturbances.
Yeah.
I was looking at generally on the map where some of these anglers are, and I wanted to paint this picture. This is, we can call this Minnesota to the west, Wisconsin to the east over here, left and right of the screen. This is the main river that flows down the Mississippi. This is an offshoot here of the Mississippi to the east. And I say all that because what we're looking at when these anglers are fishing way off the bank, they're fishing in 5 or 6 feet of water here. They're fishing in 4 to 10 feet of water over here. These little high spots and knobs coming off of these little channels, they're sand spots, they're blow-offs, from the water coming high, pushing sediment and changing it. But all of these little areas we're seeing, and I don't know if the viewers at home are seeing the white or not, but I'll do a dark color as well. All of these different little areas are the high spots that these anglers are keying in on, and these they're still 3 to 5 feet of water. So it might look like they're in the middle of nowhere. They're still very shallow, and it's little spots where the current will back up, and when it flows down the river, it's going to hit this portion, and those fish are going to gather there. And we've seen how over years it changes day to day, hour to hour, current flow wise, and you have to relocate them. But I just was looking at the Lake Master mapping of general region of Pool 8 on the south end where Tucker was earlier and other guys have been in the past. I think Chris Beaudry last year in the Open was in that region on an offshore spot with topwater. And so, like Tucker said, you get a great opportunity to mix smallmouth and largemouth with those main river shallow areas that are based on current.
Oh boy, Brandon Card's fish just came in. He's up to second place with 15.7.
Oh my goodness. That's kind of a bombshell right there.
Yeah, he came in with a 4-pounder at 10 a.m., 3.5-pounder.
In need of a good tournament in a big way.
Dakota Ebear trying to get into the Classic after missing cuts in the first 5 events. He was pretty close, though.
Yeah, he did.
But he's had a good run here.
No.
All right.
About the time that I put him on the screen of knowledge for the live well, saying you better catch him one to watch. He's been the one to watch. Another thing with that, Tommy, all that flow on the river.
Yeah.
you got to think there's patches of good clarity that sink into those areas. It's not all dirty, as it flows and ebbs it over place. So you find a patch of clearer water along that main river, maybe behind a certain sandbar. There'll be 100 fish gathered up there.
Sure.
And then 50 feet down, it's a ghost
trying
land.
to catch just a few smallmouth. Because usually if you can pull up and you make the right cast, they'll bite, and these are not. So, but we're about to go see if we can catch some. I went to my frogging area, but somebody was sitting on it. So last night I pulled in there. I hadn't found much in practice, and last night I pulled in there and had a bunch of blow-ups. So I was like, oh, we'll go there. And could not make it to get in there, but it's all right. Just trying to find these fish. Because, I haven't even seen them. They haven't even shown themselves. But this floating grass makes your life miserable. Literally you get 2 or 3 pops of your bait, and that's like it.
A lot different demeanor than last week.
Yeah,
when he was dancing.
A little bit less manic.
Come on, dude.
Looking at guys just inside the bubble. They're having a rough day. Wes Logan, Lee Livesey, Wesley Gore, Evan Kung. Might have fallen out of our top 40. I need to catch them this afternoon. Now Andrew Loberg just popped into second place with 16 pounds, 2 ounces.
Wow.
He's got a 4.2 and a 3.8. Right ahead of Brandon Card, John Crosse.
Goodness, this floating grass is literally impossible to fish. Had to call it a wrap and go find something else.
Buddy Gross popped into 10th. He was there a little bit earlier.
He hasn't been too far out of it.
No, but he just
throughout the course of the day.
Now Chris Johnston is 23rd. Shakurit is 6th. Lot of more than 20-point spread still.
Huge for Buddy because we talk about the guys who are at risk, out, those types of things. Just above. He's had a couple Elite Series wins, had some really good seasons, but was just above that safely. You don't want to continue to fall down, and when you're in the 80s to 90s in points, you're really with the 70s is like kind of caught him, 80s is like not really, and 90s is didn't catch him. And so he has the great opportunity to move a bunch of spots or at least stave off people from jumping him with a good event this
Increase
week,
his career average.
Absolutely. Yes, and that's the thing. You want to forget about this season, but there's still good work to be done. If you're 92nd points, you get up to 84th, you have increased your average by 2 points career average-wise,
Get a bigger paycheck this week, too.
Undoubtedly, Such.
Well, top 10, I meant from being top 50.
Is that how it works?
That is how it works.
So.
Why don't you draw it on the screen for us?
Excellent deduction. Caleb Koch, who fall on top there?
Who?
Caleb Summerall. Pat Summerall on top here. Andrew Loberg, Brandon Card, John Crosse, JT Tompkins, and Jay Shakurit from first down to 6th. Boy, things are moving, changing around in that top 10 a good bit there. Lee Schmidt, Schlapper, and Buddy Gross, as we mentioned, has ascended into the top 10. So we got plenty more on the way. It's a good long time to weigh in time. Oh, look at that, man. A lot of eagles nesting around this area, the big refuge connected to the upper Mississippi here in this part of the world. And it is fantastic. I don't know what, he's just bathing or something. I don't know. Or else a giant carp.
He's acting like a frog or a whopper plopper on the surface. The bass are going to come in here.
The Open, we had a beautiful eagle grab a fish. The Wabasha National Eagle Center's right up the river here.
Yeah. You've been there, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, it was beautiful. And it's at a narrow spot of the river because it stays ice-free all winter, and the eagles do hang around there, a lot of them.
You might have seen it as we sort of played through our commercial break.
Oh my.
This catch right here from Trey McKinney.
There we go. There's a good one. Not a bad fish. My biggest one, I think. Yeah. It's close. Yellow. He's like a 3.5 pound, maybe. It must be pretty tough though if Caleb Summerall's sitting on that and has only got 2.
This was, again, just moments ago, Trey McKinney. Give him a little help up from his 35th position.
And
he was
people
in before that one came in.
People will see his morning and be like, he's had a great morning, and that's the danger of this place, is you can get complacent if you believe that, because you could be a pound or two off the pace and be 50 spots down.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No reason to assume that you're ranking well just because you catch them steady.
Schlapper's still in pool 7, even though he swore he was going to come back very soon.
He's down at the bottom end of 7, right? He's just around the
halfway
corner
back.
from that.
Halfway back from his eastern trip.
Yeah.
There we go. Well, that's a healthy one there.
That is totally healthy, bro.
It's gonna help.
In the face. Look at that. That's how you want it. That's how you want it. That's over 3. Oh my God, Father. He keeps getting bigger in my hand.
Yeah, it says heavy. That's 3.5.
That's a healthy one. That is a lake fish. Now we're gonna have to go through the rigmarole of figuring out again what one's what.
It looked so.
That could be number 1.
From where his hand is in the mouth before his fin down there, like it just has a good head, and it's not real skinny. He called it a lake fish, meaning he's not fighting the current. He's up here on Alaska Lake.
Right. Yeah.
3 1/4.
3 1/4. Is what we were told, Such.
Well, Brian Schmidt has 14.5 on Bass Track. We heard him say, I have 16.
Yeah. He, in a way, told us that.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. He knew he was being listened to.
So we gotta do that.
That gives him 15 pounds plus and gets ahead of Shakurit in the 6th place.
All right, Chris Johnston, who sits around 10 pounds ahead of his rival here, the man he was tied with, around 10 points ahead.
Thank God they're so loud here when they go by. I don't think he's that big. Well, that's a smallmouth. I thought it was going to be a drum. It's the skinniest smallmouth. Ooh. Look at that thing. Skinny that is. The old frog. Ugh. Not the healthiest looking smallmouth, but we'll weigh him.
He's got a 112 in there, I think. Might weigh more than that, I don't know.
I mean, dude, it almost looks like a largemouth hybrid, dude. That's
I thought it was going to be a drum with the shape of the body.
I think it's... Yeah, I mean, the jawline is right in the eye. You know, it's in line, just, I mean, it's just the back of it, just...
Too even.
That's a help.
I don't know if he'll help. We're going to do a math here. Yep.
I'm up 3 places. 3 places is 3 places.
Yeah, heck yeah.
That's important this week.
Got about it. Doesn't take much to move you 3 places, but that.
And he's got to confirm, though. Like he said he wasn't sure if it'll help. So we know his bass track could be wrong, but he's also weighing them again to now see.
Yeah.
May not help, may help. If he doesn't help Such, we know he has more than what he's listed. So,
exactly.
Caleb Kufal hanging tough in there, opening up a pretty good lead, as a matter of fact, compared to the rest of the spacing throughout these top 10 or 20, however you want to look at it. Brandon Card, though, shooting up there into second place. Andrew Loberg, who lost by an ounce at 10 killer in there as well. Ninth stop of the year, the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Guide Batteries Elite on the Mississippi River. Live coverage today and all week long, sponsored by Garmin. We have had a big first 5 hours of fishing, heading right into the last 3 hours, at least for the first flight anglers there who have to check in at 4 Eastern time. Caleb Kufal, fantastic day one, really putting himself in a great spot. I mean, he doesn't have to do quite as much work tomorrow. Brandon Card jumping up in there. Andrew Loberg, John Cruz has been strong all day long. JT Tompkins moved into the top 10 about an hour and a half ago. Pat Schlapper, strong. He's around the right kind. Jay Shakurit, Jordan Lee, Brian Schmidt, and KJ Queen. Hope you're having a great day here. We enjoyed so much our Bassmaster Live coverage. Let's catch you up to date on it with our Lose Midday report. And we will start with Brandon Palaniuk, who gave us the first real entertainment of the day right here in this spot, right?
Yeah, he's started the week 43rd in points. He might not have known that really, but once he got his takeoff number, he realized I'm 43rd, which means I am on the classic bubble. In fact, he was the first man out. He's had a lot of good and bad history here on the Mississippi River, and for Brandon Palaniuk, fishing close to that lock and dam number 7 there to go up into Unalaska, but he's not choosing to go up. He's staying in pool 8, able to catch some finesse tactics, caught some on topwater as well, Tommy. This part of the country just seems to vibe with Brandon Palaniuk, and honestly, whether it's the classic cut line or AOY, he's always got more implications here than normal.
Pat Schlapper, the Wisconsin native, expected to do well here. He's a well-respected man in these parts, and he kind of knows his way around, and he told us, I'm coming up on the big ones, I'm going to get there, and he did find the right size.
Yes, he is the one guy who is locked through into pool 7 on our live coverage today, and even through some of the dramatics like this, he has managed to find his way well and landing some fish on topwater, catching fish maybe around some current, but then also in more stagnant water as well. I think Pat knows, obviously, he needs a good one this week, but a top 50 would probably have him in the Classic.
Tucker Smith came back at leading by a small amount in the Rookie of the Year race, Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year race, and he was steady through the morning. Got on some smallmouth that were pretty nice.
Yes, Tommy. Started, him and his roommate, Paul Mark's been going back and forth all year, sharing wins, Lake Hartwell, Lake Fork, and it was going to come down to this event between those two anglers, and he really was slow. Out on the main river this morning, a little bit went by, catch one smallmouth here, one smallmouth there, started to put some better ones like this in the boat, thumped a jig for him, and 10-10 doesn't seem like a lot, but just a few hours ago he had none. And what's huge is we won't see this on the Lou's Midday Report. His nearest pursuer, Paul Marks, who had the lead in Rookie of the Year, towed back in with mechanical issues with only 3 fish. So huge day for Tucker Smith, just avoiding failure in drama.
Trey McKinney coming off a win at our last stop, landed here, locked in a tie. First time ever a tie in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points going into the final event with Chris Johnston. And he caught him steady. The first hour of his was really, really strong.
Yeah, we had both him and Chris in the top 5 in the tournament right out of the gates, and we're like, here it goes. It's going to be down to the wire. But when you start to see anglers get limits, Tommy, you start to see where anglers have to adjust. And for Trey, that 11 pounds, 12 pounds, that's not going to get it done for Angler of the Year. Maybe if you want to be near the cut line for the tournament, but not for Angler of the Year. He's going to have to definitely upgrade. Caught a lot of largemouth in the Black River around takeoff, doing a couple different tactics. We saw topwater swim baits, finesse tactics. He has since made it down farther in Pool 8 into the river, catching smallmouth. This could be the adjustment he needs, no doubt, to upgrade to 13 or 14 pounds.
Well, here's the man he was tied with coming into this today, Chris Johnston, trying to repeat, become the 4th person ever to repeat back-to-back Progressive Angler of the Year titles.
You got to see Chris this morning catch a few on topwater and said, hey, the frog is dying for me. They're not biting the frog nearly as good, so I've had to go to punching. We've seen him then lose some fish after punching and getting the bites. Was fishing around Brian Schmidt this morning, or Brian Schmidt was fishing around it. Either way, 2 great anglers who have been 1st and 2nd at this fishery, sharing water. Kind of got clued in on, hey, they're in really small groups. If I find a biting fish, maybe I should stay there and milk it for all it is. Chris Johnston down in Pool 8, farthest south angler we have. Tucker Smith's right there beside him down
on
there.
camera, yeah. And that's your Lou's Midday Report. Let's get back out live to Pat Schlapper, who we understand, yes, is hooked up live.
Get out of there. Come on. That's what we come up here for, boy. Putting together a bag now. Were you on it when that thing ate it? Oh my God, dude. Like a bowling ball hitting the water. Whew, that's a high 3 there. We got a sack. .405, baby.
Wow.
Yep. Number 3, so we got to beam number 3 and number 4 quick.
Oh my word.
That's a tank, dude. I've been thinking about this all year long. You don't even understand how much work I've put in, how much sleep I've lost. A little lily pad snack. All right, so we got a beam. What was it, number 3 and number 4? Sorry, buddy, hold on. Pretty sure it's this one.
Boy,
him in 2nd place, 2nd biggest bag.
Back up to the top, near the top anyway. Tucker Smith.
Now I think Pat can lock down safely. I think he's going to have a really good day today.
And you don't want to risk staying too long.
Absolutely.
That's for sure. Get in the queue.
Get up in the boat.
Might need to get in there again. The train's coming by, Tommy. That rumble does a lot around those bridge pilings.
You're saying it's like the magic fingers for the fish?
I mean,
put a quarter in.
It definitely knocks stuff off the bridge piling. It does, stir up some stuff. Probably makes those little bait fish a little more finicky and active. But it always seems like there's a bridge and there's a train and it goes over, you're going to
increase activity.
Yeah, have a chance.
It's a real long one. Maybe get 2 or 3
That's
out.
why I'm like, urgency on pad 1. Yeah, and with the patch Schlapper deal, you could stay for an extra hour and get an extra pound, pound and a half out of it, and then weigh in nothing because you don't get back in time. Whereas if you just have to, I've got enough weight, I got to go back, I got to get back.
Corey Johnston and Brandon Cobb have moved ahead of Chris Johnston, knocking him down to 27th, which makes Trey McKinney 39th right now.
I don't know why he's bleeding. I didn't even hook him in the gill. We're old school fishing.
Bridge success for Tucker Smith right there. Let's get back out to Pat Schlapper. You don't want to stay away from him too long. He's kind of got the hot hand here. That was great.
Oh my God.
Best fish of the day.
Did you see that? I was going down to turn the live wells back on.
We got to see that again.
That's a tank, dude. Oh my God, fire. What has just happened?
What's this?
Yay.
Whoa!
What just happened? I thought I was being attacked. What a beast.
Nice.
Oh, okay, now that's the last
That's one of those cadence
small one we
switch-ups,
got
Tommy.
rid
It's
of.
where pop, 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 and then it's just a pull,
Yeah.
and it doesn't.
It's like a no-look
my
pass.
God, that's when you're
Yeah,
living right. Stop. You're just big. Just kind of lock in so I just kind of know.
See the same thing with a jerk bait under the water. Twitch,
361.
twitch, and then when you just do a pull, and sometimes they
So we got 8
just a
over
switch
18.
up.
It don't matter. Don't matter.
Oh, tell us what it is.
Number 4.
I'd say that's
Dude, that
pushing
was
4. Would you,
insane.
Such?
Yeah. The last one he put in is a 4.5. I thought he said 4.05.
I think that's, yeah.
So we may be a few ounces over.
Yeah.
But that looked
We got
as
a
close
sack,
as last
boys.
one.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
We got nothing under 3. And we got 4 close to 4.
4 close to 4?
I think we'll see a 20-pound bag today. If not,
him or Kufal at least.
I mean, I think
or
it's
somebody
gonna
else
be,
even.
I mean, if Schmidt had 16 an hour in 10 minutes ago,
That was
he still
one
has
of
a
the
chance
most
at
epic
20.
catches in my life.
Corey Johnston up to 10th.
Did you get the bite on that one? Oh my God.
Oh, don't lie to him.
I didn't even see it, I just heard it.
Don't you lie.
He's kind of a quiet Midwestern guy. Then I saw him at the Redfish Cup last year where he asserted himself and took control of the red fishing boat. And he's been kind of a different guy since, I think. Pretty more aggressive.
Oh my God, that was awesome. I gotta take my time in here tomorrow.
Waiting for it again.
Because I fished through there fast. Caught 2, 3. I got 3 out of here. 3 big ones and another good one, and lost another good one. Well, I got 2 big ones over there. And then 3 big ones here, like a 3 1/4, a 4, and another high 3. And then I caught 2 other ones on a frog, lost one. Oh, wasn't that was so cool, dude. I mean, I don't know, that was fortunate that I'm so strong. And just manhandled them with the old 7.4 heavy St. Croix Legend, 50-pound SX1 Sunline, and a modified rubber frog.
Schlapper leading the action, or near leading the action at the top of the leaderboard. Again, our big story coming in and remains a huge story throughout the year. First time ever 2 anglers have arrived at the last event tied in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Trey McKinney, Chris Johnston. That was the setup to start this day. Both started from the same points position. We have watched them throughout the day, in the boat with them all day. I assume we'll probably be in the boat with them all day tomorrow, don't you think, Ronnie?
Yeah, I think we're going to keep a camera in the boat no matter what the tournament standings look like with whoever's in the AOI race and has a legitimate chance to win. We'll keep a camera with them until that race is decided, no doubt.
Right now it's advantage Chris Johnston. He holds about 10 positions ahead of Trey McKinney, but it's a long, long way from the end of the day tomorrow. That's going to be a big landmark, a post to hit in the right position because you want to fish on through the weekend. But right now it's a 10-point lead in AOI points for Chris Johnston over Trey McKinney. The Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series marches on. At a big tournament, I think this is their big finale tournament for the year, September 27th and 28th. Toledo Bend Reservoir, legendary. Big bass fishery there, Hemp Hill, Texas. That's where that's going out of. You might want to scan the QR code, find out more. Presented by Native Watercraft, the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series 2025. It's been a big, big year. Lots of big wins, breakthrough for some of our top anglers for sure. This would be a good place to have a kayak tournament, absolutely. You might want to, I don't know if you can lock through in a kayak. I don't know if I'd be up for that job or not, but it's probably just fine. People probably do it all the time. Caleb Kufal, Wisconsin's Caleb Kufal, fantastic day. And Pat Schlapper, not too much off his pace either. 2 Wisconsin guys showing how it's done. Here on the border between Wisconsin and Minnesota. Let's take it back down to Chris Johnston. Chris Johnston falling out of the top 10 down around 23rd place, I believe it is right now, yeah.
29th.
Oh, 29th.
Chris, his brother Corey's in 10th, though.
Oh, that's right, he jumped up there, yeah.
Knocked his own brother down. Well, there'll be some talking tonight.
Chris Johnston's performances throughout what we call our northern swing, these previous 6 years of the Bassmaster Elite Series that he has participated in are phenomenal. Got a great record in the last 2 or 3 events of the year, especially the last 2 events of the year. Of course, a lot of the time it's been on basically his home waters there in the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario. But
he echoed,
my goodness,
he echoed this morning that it was nice to be fishing an AOI championship type event, not on his home body, because not only would he have the pressure of winning AOI, but the expectation of winning on that fishery as well. And this is just being like a different lake to end the year. Actually, it takes one of those stresses away.
Yeah.
I'd be like, hey, I would love to win every event. I just got to beat this one dude by 1 spot. Like, y'all need to just chill out. Like, stop. I want to win. That is what's so cool about this fishery is you can see him frog and punch all day long. And in a moment's notice, pop out to a main river place and fish a totally different.
I can't believe how much this water has come up.
Technique.
If he catches one with this technique, I'll be even more impressed.
Yeah. Well, and you could pop out to one of these eddies and, sand spots off the main channel that is loaded, and it changes your whole perception of the next turn,
It'll be real interesting to see how guys like Caleb Kufall, Brandon Carr,
last cast,
John Cruz, Andrew Loberg have been catching.
Loberg could become, he was 51st in AOI. Right now he's inside the classic cut. Wow. He could make a hyper jump and be our 6th rookie to qualify for the classic.
One more, because that one sucked. No.
Well, it's a tall order to maintain top 5, but maybe he could do that. Yeah.
Something just hit it.
Ben Milliken's in 22nd. He was trying to requalify. He was started 77th in points. 22nd would put him in the 60s, low 60s.
Yeah, better outlook there. Well, Trey McKinney's certainly been the hot hand in the sport of bass fishing for the last couple of years here. Let's compare him with another noted angler.
I was just say, humble beginnings is not the top. We're putting humble beginnings here. These guys came out of a rocket.
Yeah, that's not really as humble as you might think. Yeah. Okay, Rookie of the Year. Okay, Kevin Van Dam got it in 1990. Trey McKinney got it in 2024. First season highest finish. First place. Second place only for Kevin Van Dam in his first season, but he came back to win in his second season. Lake Lanier, Trey McKinney's won in both of those seasons so far, so he's he's on the trajectory.
Yeah.
He's got a long way to go.
No doubt, and I'll say, anytime you put any angler's resume up against one that's Mr. 3 initials, KVD, that's a kudos to Trey, but boy, 26 wins, dominance over decades. That's like Scotty Scheffler's current run.
That's a whole.
And then when you look at Tiger Woods' peak,
or Jack Nicklaus,
you can't. I like Zona's reference of Jacob Wheeler much more realistically right now. Now Wheeler's on a projection, of succeeding, and so
he's
it's
knocked
a different
out a lot
level.
more of the time.
Yes,
which is the main difference.
That's you can't look at someone's 2 years compared to a whole career and legacy, but like the graphic showed, in their 2-year sample, It's showing the makings. Yeah.
That's a snapshot.
Rarely can you be an all-time great.
Yeah.
Rarely can you be an all-time great. Yeah. Struggling your first few years. We'll just say that. Yeah.
You can't birdie them all if you don't birdie the first two holes.
Exactly.
Right? That's what they say.
All right. Yeah, I moved up the lake a little bit. I'm catching some fish now. These clouds are coming out, and I almost wish I would have stayed down the lake because I'm sure they're starting to bite now with this pressure dropping like it is. Well, we're just trying to run into a couple good ones. I just upgraded a second ago. So not a terrible day so far, but we need one of those 3-pounders, another one of those, and we'll have a decent day and I'll be happy with it. But definitely not upset with what I've got. I mean, it's grass. Definitely not upset with what I've got. I mean, it's been a grind all week in practice, and I've kind of hunkered down in the areas that I've had some bites in practice, and caught some decent ones, but I just need a kicker. Need another nice one. A lot of fish right here. Caught like 3 and 3 casts, but they didn't help me. That's a good sign though. I can see them down there, but doing a lot of jig fishing, which what I grew up doing back at home on the Coosa, and especially around current breaks and stuff. It's a lot of fun. They bite this jig really hard. It's like smallmouth bite a jig like a spotted bass. It's really fun. Make one more cast, and then we're going to go somewhere else.
Tucker Smith out there working very hard, trying to win Rookie of the Year. That would fit right in. We talk about career trajectories. Winning Rookie of the Year would certainly fit in with Tucker Smith's career trajectory. He's a high school and college national champion. And right now he's trailing Paul Marks officially, but Paul Marks has had issues today with equipment, which will certainly affect his performance, his production today in points in a negative way, you would have to imagine. So Paul Marks, Tucker Smith as it stands now, but we'll wait to the weigh-in to find out. The Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite here at the Mississippi River, the upper Mississippi River here, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Day one action, 4 days of fishing we have slated for here. And we got the full field today and tomorrow. We got cameras in the boats with our 2 top AOY contenders, 2 top Rookie of the Year contenders, and the man above and below the classic cut. Now, if we'd had just all Wisconsin anglers today, we'd have had even better look at the top of the leaderboard. We'd have Caleb Kufal. Caleb Kufal, who lists the Tennessee River as his favorite place to fish. I think the Mississippi River might take over today because, Ronnie, I think he's due for a little recognition here.
Yeah, for someone who was not far above the classic cut line in the classic, but needed some good success in his home state, Caleb Kufal has done that. To the top of the leaderboard, we were saying, man, Mississippi River might be fishing tough. The water's high and rising, changing conditions. But boy, the mercury moved. 312, 4.8, 3-pounder, 212, and a 4.5. Boy, he's still got some room to go at that 212 and 3-pounder. He could definitely upgrade, and I think we're starting to see guys like Brian Schmidt, guys like Pat Schlapper get in that same weight range over the last couple, hours. That's going to make a couple guys heavy at the top. Caleb may be thinking right now 18-8, and I might have a decent lead. It's fishing a little bit better than we thought it would, like normal.
Yeah.
And that leaderboard's going to be tight at the top.
Guffaw was pretty comfortably inside our classic cut in the 20s till a 95th at St. Clair knocked him towards the bubble at 36th. So this is going to get him right back up in there.
He's clawing him some back here for sure.
A lot back.
Man. I'd like to take that blue trophy back to Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Paul Marks had a
Nice hat.
challenging day today, that is for sure. Time to load it up, the boat not ready to go at this moment, and so that's kind of putting his day.
Jackie on the left. I'm not sure who was on the right. They're helping with the service crew, but
Hey, nice shirt too.
What? Wet dream.
those guys are always willing to jump in and help.
Put that one on. Keep going.
All right, so he may be back in business.
Soon. I think they're just loading up, not.
Oh, I thought they were backing him down in there.
Yeah, to get the
I
boat
think
tighter
they're
on the trailer.
Yeah. Paul's doing it at 3 o'clock, so it's 12:30 now, Tommy.
Oh.
If he can get fixed by 1:30, 1 o'clock, something like that, he might have an hour and a half, 2 hours around takeoff to get some stuff done, get a limit.
Back out to Chris Johnston. Would like to improve his lot. Would probably had in mind something better than 30th place today.
Come on. Could be a better one. Oh, it's been a long time coming, but I think you'll help. Put him on the old Papa. Not a giant. Might get her of a 2. Two and a half.
Move him up 4 spots, 4 points.
Get him back in the 20s at any rate.
That was a long time coming, wasn't it?
Long cast.
Yeah. I think that's our small one right there. We need to get rid of this smallmouth. He's just nasty. Largemouth is a little bigger. He's definitely bigger. Goodbye. Not a bad one.
Add Justin Hamner to the guys who could fall out of the classic cut. He's 54th this week right now. He started 33rd in points.
Wow.
Right now he's 39th on the updated. So he's kind of
So 54th in the tournament. 54th in the tournament, so it makes him move down 6 spots to just above. Okay.
Right now, I mean, he could catch 4-pounder and get 20 spots.
Might just be a couple bolts here. Slide a new lower unit on. Start her right
Take
up.
off, get going.
They say the record was like 10, 12 minutes.
We've seen some fast ones, no doubt about it.
As an angler, your heart just must sink, Ronnie, having to go in like that. It's like, what else? What next? Especially when you're vying for Rookie of the Year.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my goodness.
He was at that. Holy smokes, I don't think it'll help.
Not as big. I don't think that'll help.
Don't think he'll help.
Seeing a little bit of a bite window, though, and a region. That's always good when you get one and you can get multiple after that. This could be the best stretch in this general vicinity.
He's about the same weight as our smallest. I don't think he'll. Red is bigger.
Wisely watching his ounces.
Did not help.
Gotta be thinking, he thinks he's behind the 8 ball today.
Oh, sure. I'm sure he does.
Oh, I missed him. I think there's a couple there.
Yeah, I like where he's at, though, right now. Location-wise, maybe not standings-wise, but location.
He's getting the bites.
The music scared me. I was so locked in time that music scared me.
Well, usually when we stand on that long, it results in a bite. That's just the way TV works, I think. Caleb Kufal still on top there. Chris Johnston maybe onto something here. Chris locked in that race. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Pat Schlapper. Great day for the man from Wisconsin who's already won once this season, the Bassmaster Elite Series. Brandon Card, Andrew Loberg, John Cruz, JT Tompkins, Jay Shakurat, Austin Felix, Jordan Lee, and Brian Schmidt. La Crosse, Wisconsin, 6-time the Bassmaster Elite Series has landed here, but a lot of tournaments have gone out of this place besides the Bassmaster Elite Series. Through the years, it's just a tremendous town, fun town, college town, sports town. They got the minor league lacrosse loggers. We're borrowing their stadium for the weigh-ins this week. And La Crosse would be a great place. I mean, if you wanted an upper Mississippi fishing adventure, this would be a great HQ for you. La Crosse, Wisconsin. So happy to be here and explore La Crosse, are our local hosts. And we want to thank them. Hats off to them for everything they do. Beautiful place as well. And Wisconsinites at the top of the leaderboard, appropriately enough. Caleb Kufal and Pat Schlapper. Both of those guys have outperformed everyone so far on this day one. There's still a good little bit of fishing time left. The first flighter's got a couple of hours. So we will see how it turns out. The weigh-in's coming up at 4 Eastern time. It's right here on Bassmaster.com as well.
And those first flighters are the important figureheads in our Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year. Yeah, top 20 in points. So,
yes, sir.
It'll be flipped tomorrow, and the top 20 will have a long day, and we'll still have our eyes on AOY.
I'm just throwing a jerk bait over here. I caught a 3-pounder here 2 days ago in practice, and it seems like a lot more current in this area now. But just throwing this jerk bait, trying to make one react. Seems like that's why I caught him on last year, so I think it's a little bit different, than some of the other baits. And I think it gets a reaction strike sometimes. And these fish are pretty finicky, like in here. They're pretty smart, so something to make them react, I think. It's a little bit better sometimes, so got a little tiny one. Oh, almost broke my jerk bait. But just throwing this jerk bait around and trying to get a good one. Got all over 2-pounders, which is good, so need another 3. I think that was the tree.
Tucker Smith, great college career at Auburn.
This whole river's about current, though. It's
University in Alabama.
All this stuff that I've been fishing today is current break stuff, and I'm sure people are gonna smash them today, like on a frog and stuff. I caught some on it in practice and tried it a little bit today, but just hadn't been too good. So current break stuff seems to be the best for me. It seems to be the most consistent way to catch them. You can catch largemouth and smallmouth. All right, we're gonna bounce up to that bank over there.
Tucker Smith kind of doing a little bit of a run here. Hitting all the places he's got written down for this day. Let's see how things are progressing with Paul Marks. Had to be towed in and taken out for some repairs. Let's see how that's going along.
All right, go ahead. You're ready.
A little update. I made it up here to the service crew, and they got me back going. I mean, I think less than 10 minutes they were working on my boat. So ready to go now. I got to get 3 more fish in my bag, and I'm gonna run around, stay right here close, maximize my time. Hopefully catch 3 pretty big ones. We'll see.
15 minutes, Tommy. It's 12:38 when I said maybe 1 o'clock, 1:30 would be great. 12:54, 15 minutes.
Beat that, yeah. Work, and he's back heading out of Veterans Freedom Park, landing there, and ready to get back in the game. And it is game on for him because he's came in here with the leader, Dakota Lithium Angler of the Year points. That's why we're in the boat with Paul Marks today. Rookie of the Year, Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, started 9 ahead of Tucker Smith.
And it was 60 before St. Clair.
Yeah,
Paul gets
difference.
62nd, Tucker
Terrible
gets top
time.
10, now it's 9 points.
Terrible time at St. Clair.
And the scary thing is, let's see how he's doing today.
Who? Paul? Two fish.
No.
Tucker?
Easton.
He's
okay. Easton's got a limit, 60s, for 9 pounds and change.
Yeah.
He is also the one. 2 terrible events to start the year, Tommy, and only finds himself 31 points out of Rookie of the Year in the last event. 31's doable.
Oh, yeah.
Doable, very doable.
Here, not far from home, he should be able to be pretty solid here, you would think.
Paul Marks thought he ended fishing with 3 in the well, but 2 in the well, so 3 more to go with 2 hours to do it.
I was looking at the map. So Randy Howell was our with the dot on the map furthest south.
Was he in pool 9?
Yes,
he
was the furthest south that I saw today. Gotta congratulate his son, Laker.
Yeah.
Howell.
He must not have learned. Randy got locked out of the Open last year, so he's going to lock down in a different lock. We're going to get.
Was it at 9?
He was at 7.
Oh, he's in.
Oh, he went up.
Above.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was 9 trying to come back.
We're out here down
He's in Iowa.
Okay. It's definitely one of my favorite areas to fish, but it's the most temperamental in my opinion. Like I could see the bottom right here the other day, and now it's, as you can see, fairly dirty, to be honest. So it's changed a lot, for sure. A lot of the fish. I mean, I felt like I'd have got a lot more bites where I just went through. So definitely, it's all this floating grass. Cause I want to throw like my swim bait or something down this edge, but we're gonna have to resort to kind of flipping down it because there's literally just so much floating grass I can't even get my bait through. So right now we're trying our hardest to catch like a 3.5 pounder. Like, I mean hard. But it's fun. It's just a little edge of grass here. I'd caught some on. Now we got to figure out where they've gone to or something. Right now I'm just flipping these holes right on the edge of this grass. Because this wasn't like a school of them. It was definitely not that. So, just going down through here, real nice and slow. About to throw a frog for a little bit. It's definitely not as easy as what I was hoping. Well, I knew practice was absolutely brutal, but figured we'd at least have 1 or 2 3-pounders. But we do not. But coming up right here, it's right on this little bend, hopefully should get some bites. Whether on a frog or something. There's little bitty holes in the grass that these fish are sitting in. When that water was clear enough, I could draw them out to me with my swim bait. But now it's being a little different. It's like almost undercut grass, pretty much. You just can't see with your eyes. Back there we did have quite a few bites, but mostly small ones. Come on, stay up. But we don't have that much longer now. Don't have that much longer. I want to talk to Caleb. He only had 2. I was like, oh my gosh. So hopefully it's tough. If it is, okay. That's the problem. That right there is the problem. Little bitty guys, that ain't gonna help. Bom, 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 bom. Little bitty guys. They all need to grow up. And they're just so hard to hit because you never know where they're sitting, and they could be down this whole thing. And wherever you catch one, there might be multiples. It's one thing you got.
Trey McKinney trying to figure out the puzzle. The puzzle is finding a 3-pounders. 3-pounders are the gold standard. That's what can get you to 15 pounds a day, which is kind of accepted as maybe the key to getting into the top 10. fishing on Championship Sunday. We're a long way from that time, though.
We could have the top 5 right now, Tommy, be over 16 pounds. With Brian Schmidt saying that like 2 hours ago, I mean, we could have a really good top 5.
Throw this out here. 20s, think about it. We'll come back after the break.
Okay.
Get your prediction, and you and Suj. Maybe even me. Caleb Kufal on top. Andrew Loberg moving up there. John Cruz and J.T. Tompkins moving up during the course of the day. And Austin Felix from across the border, across the river in Minnesota. A little less than 2 hours till check-in time for flight number 1 of our 101 Anglers Fishing Day 1. The Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River. 9 events make up a Bassmaster Elite Series season, and this is number 9 right here, the end of the line. A lot of business to settle here. Settle our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race and our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year race. That will both of those will be taken care of. We'll also get closer to figuring out who's in the Classic for 2026.
You got some big guys who needed moves. Brandon Card from the 69th to 54th. You've got Loberg from the 50s to 38th. John Cruz up to 40th. 3 guys right there that needed to get close to win and in, but are right there on the Classic line or inside of it right now.
All right. Paul Marks is like he went into a phone booth and came out ready to fish.
Oh, I just made it up here to the service crew. They got me going in like 10 minutes. Now we're just gonna try to salvage the day, hopefully get a limit, fish around here close to the ramp, maximize the time we got left. Caught a decent amount of keepers up here just messing around, so hopefully I can get a few of them. But pretty crazy day. Really need to catch a limit. I knew there was one sitting there. He bit me a second ago. Little rock pile. Please eat it. Ah.
They could do Paul Marks, be good for Paul Marks' state of mind to get a keeper here pretty quick, get things going. He's got a couple of hours at least left to fish. He's right there close to the check-in. So, but right now, let's go Yamaha on the line. Let's bring in our colleague, Kyle Jesse, who is on site. There he is at the park, at the ballpark. And nice to be at the ballpark all day, I guess, Kyle. We look forward to that weigh-in. It's sort of become a new tradition there. And we came in here and we expected, you know, our never-before-happened AOY race was tied coming in here. Our thoughts was, what if these 2 guys stayed in the top 10 all day? Well, they did, but it just didn't last very long.
Yeah, no question, Tommy. Number one, I want to start by saying you're exactly right. Spending the day here at the ballpark right across the street from the river is about the most ideal scenario you could possibly imagine. But, yeah, for the AOY race, you know, it just feels like, you know, one guy, obviously, naturally, is going to have to pull ahead today. But it just seems like if Trey McKinney can stay close enough to be in contention after tomorrow, the way this AOY race has gone all year long, somebody's going to do something crazy the next 2 days, and I can't wait to watch it.
Tommy, I think when Kyle Jesse's not in Birmingham working, he is at a ballpark, whether it's the Braves ballpark, maybe it's Target Field up in Minneapolis. Kyle's at every ballpark. But, Kyle, when we think about the way the weights would be here this week. Some guys were saying 7 or 9 could win it. We've always seen Pool 8 win it. We're starting to see some guys who locked up and down actually have really good weights. The biggest deal for you, do you think it can last 4 days, making it there and back safely?
Well, Ronnie, it's a great question, and it's one that Chris Johnston addressed yesterday. We got a chance to talk to him on the off day, and his prediction was that some of the biggest weights of the event would come from Pool 7, Pool 9, but just based on the sheer numbers and the unlikeliness, in his opinion, to do it for 4 days in those other 2 pools just makes it incredibly difficult. I'm going to go with Chris Johnston on believing what he says, and I think it's going to be Pool 8 again.
Hey, Kyle, you are leading the B.A.S.S group in fantasy fishing or drain the lake. What's your secret behind that? Because you are blowing us away.
Well, Such, I didn't know that. It's a little surprising to hear you say that, but it's been a good year. I don't really have a secret sauce, so to speak, but I think I've been extremely fortunate early in the year having some of the winners, obviously, with double points for each Elite Series tournament, and then triple points for the Classic. I did have Easton Fothergill. I've been extremely lucky, I would say. That's the best way to describe it, with the picking the winners. But the last few have been a little tougher on me. So
having winners is
strong,
key.
On this last one.
Ronnie agrees with you. He says it's absolutely pure luck. So we have a
picking the
quorum
guys
here.
who do the
Hey, when
best
I was
ends up being
18th
the best.
overall a couple years ago, I felt pretty lucky. I had 5
There's only
winners.
19 people playing back then.
19?
Great job on fantasy this year, Kyle. Absolutely, and writing about it too. Great job all the way around. You're working both sides of the aisle there. It's good stuff. Thank you, Kyle Jesse, joining us. Yamaha on the line from the La Crosse Loggers Stadium there, where the weigh-in will commence at 4 Eastern Time.
Known locally as the Lumberyard.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Kyle could definitely put one in the outer seats or the upper deck.
Oh,
just knowing
is he
his
a ball
pedigree.
player, big ball player?
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I know he loves the Rangers.
Yeah, no, he played in college. He played at a maybe D2 or JUCO, but he played, and then he had I think he blew his knee out or something and wasn't able to continue.
Ouch.
Well, our own Mark Frazier
Played minor league player.
Played at the Logger Stadium.
That's
He was in La Crosse for a while.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I can catch Kyle Jesse. I have Caleb Kufal and Pat Schlapper on my Drain the Lake team, but then let's go down to the 90s to find my other guys. Huh.
You hear? I could have swore I just heard one jump.
Yeah, I'm to the point in fantasy suits where I'm getting bored with picking similar guys because they're on a hot streak. It's just boring to me to pick the same dudes. I'm tired of losing those, so I'm going to switch it up next year, and I'm not going to care if it's low-hanging fruit. I'm going to pick people and not just to be different.
I've tried it, Ronnie. I've picked in the Fantasy 5, picked the highest percentage guy in each A, B, C, D, and E, and probably didn't do as well as picking the lowest, well, maybe a little bit better than the lowest percentage
sometimes
guy.
I avoid people.
I know you do.
Because they're the popular
the favorite,
vote,
the lead literacy at 4. Real smart.
Yeah, well, hey, I did avoid Christie at 10 killer.
Well, that's smarter.
Yeah.
Because I didn't.
I picked Christie this week, so.
Let's get out with Brandon Palaniuk. Hadn't checked in with Brandon in a while. Hasn't, probably not performing up to his standards today.
I'm not feeling real good about our weight situation right now. I thought that our game plan was going to work out perfect. Like, we started where I wanted to, had it to ourselves, caught about what I thought I might catch out of there on average, and then I thought that I could leave that and come not get as many bites, but get some bites frogging, and when I did, they would be, 2.5 to 3+ pounders, and that is just not materialized. Like, all the places that I found that had bass, now they just have pike, and I don't know why. I mean, I know that the water has changed, but some of these places that I'm fishing, the water's still clear. It's obviously up everywhere, but like there's no reason that these fish would not gonna leave, you know. I just don't get like where they go, how far they go when that water starts coming up, or if they just don't bite as well. You know, maybe you add a foot or two on top of their head and they're still in the same places, but they push down toward the bottom and they just don't even know the frog's up there. No. There's a lot of variables that I'm trying to work through and figure out why our bites aren't happening.
A little bit of a lull, but Robert G caught a 4-pounder. He's in 12th place. Jonathan Kelly as our Phoenix Post Big Bass.
The water coming up and then just pushing all the way back into that. You'd think they'd still want to be somewhat close to the current. If it's clear current.
Five-pounder jumped Kelly up about 40 places. Problem is he's only got 4 fish for 11 and a half.
Well, we're moving closer and closer to that weigh-in time, but still plenty of time to even replace some or all of the fish in your live well. Room for improvement, some quarters, and Caleb Kuthwall and Brandon Card, Pat Schlapper, they have done their work for today. They can sort of rest easy a little bit or continue to build on what they've got. We'll find out who's doing what when we return. We are back. Live coverage continuing. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Guide Batteries Elite, La Crosse, Wisconsin on the upper Mississippi River. This is the big finale, the big send-off to the year. Our live coverage sponsored by Garmin.
Well, Tommy, we're here in the Bassmaster Studios at the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section talking about jighead minnows and no, I'm just kidding. We're not talking about that. We got a couple other baits in play today and this week at the Mississippi River. One thing we love about the Mississippi River or river fisheries in general is so many options. You can pick your water style and fish it different ways. We talked about the wobblehead and the Carolina rig, things we've seen in the past. Earlier today, we started our morning off with some walking topwaters. Those are often key baits in the lock and dam areas and the Black River here at the Mississippi River. We see a lot of those current eddies, cleared out areas where the walk-in baits work. We know obviously anywhere you can throw around duckweed or other vegetation here, a hollow body frog, whether it's a walking version or a popping version, is going to be very key. I will say we've seen a lot more walking frogs than we have popping frogs lately, just with how thick some of this cover is. Once that water rises, you think sometimes it dissipates it. No, sometimes it pushes it all together around the base of the standing vegetation. But another thing we've seen multiple years. I've got 3 different 6 to 7 inch swim baits here. We've got the Berkeley Coal Shad, we've got the Mega Bass Mag Draft, and we've got the Zal Dangerous swim bait. These swim bait sizes are so key here in that Black River portion on the main river as well, those current eddies. I don't know exactly what bait fish is in the Mississippi River in these pools that they're trying to emulate, but all I know is this Coal Shad helped Cody Stahl win the Open last fall along with the frog, and then we saw obviously Trey McKinney this morning. We've seen Brandon Palaniuk utilize a swim bait as well, and so swim baits, topwaters, whether it's the treble hook version topwater or a frog, have all been key contributors today. We've seen some flipping and punching, but a lot more losses than catches there. So no jighead minnow today, Tommy.
Maybe next time.
I had you fooled though, didn't I, Tommy?
Yeah.
You got a bite over there, Ronnie.
Yeah. I think something was on your jighead minnow there. All marks. This is what he needed.
Very
a
key
keeper
catch.
Here. Let's see if it is.
Oh man, get him, make it.
I have to measure that one.
Yeah.
Or not.
No shot. Gotta look though. Nope.
Not a keeper for Paul. That would have been big. Even if it's a small one,
Yeah.
you can't come in less than a limit on the Mississippi River. You just can't.
Nope, there are not enough big ones to make up for less than a limit. Try again. I think that's got where it takes even.
Stay on there.
Oh, it's got a little louder
inches.
splash.
Ain't gonna cut it neither.
The splash made him bigger. Now he's getting smaller.
Slight chance. Nope.
13 and a half.
All right, let's go check out Pat Schlapper.
He is all the way down at the bottom now.
Yeah, all the way down the bottom of 7. Locked back in, obviously.
The bag like his, how long would you give yourself?
In 5 seconds?
Yeah.
Well, we got a good bag, so right now I'm just checking to see if I can get into another area I couldn't get into in practice, and it's looking like I'll be able to. I just missed one. I don't really want to lean on them in here. I just want to see if I can get in here and if there's life. But yeah, good day. This is a bit of a risk because it's not easy getting in and out of here, but I'm fishing to try to win this thing, and I could get a day's worth of fish out of here if they're in here, which I already missed one, so and I haven't even got back to the hot zone, so but I haven't been in here for over a month, so I don't know what it looks like. And the water's dirtier than what I anticipated. Usually this is pretty protected, and that mud is creeping its way in here, so I got stuck trying to get in here and practice. But it's looking, this is where I got stuck in practice, so we got a foot more water. Ooh, it's looking good. Other than the water clarity, I'm a little bummed about that, but fishing fast. That's why I missed that one, but I don't want to get caught.
Pat guardedly optimistic about his new location there. Let's see if it works out for him. Yeah. Paul Marks still looking for a keeper in round 2 of his fishing day today.
Maybe.
So he's already gotten more bites than he did the first 4 hours of the day before he broke down. They just aren't the size that are really helpful, but anything right now will add to the bottom line. And that's not a keeper either, man.
Yeah, catching a lot of little tiny ones. Need to run into some keepers. I've caught 2 13.5 inchers. It's not gonna cut it. Oh, that's nice. Sweet.
Last hour and a half of fishing time for our first flighters here. Weigh-in starts 4 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com, the Yeti Hot Seat. We have it figured for Caleb Kufall at this point right now. Laid down a fantastic day, 18 pounds plus. He may have, who knows, closer to 19 or halfway to 20. Who knows? Will we have any 20-pounders? I'm going to ask Such and Ronnie about that. Make some predictions when we get back. The 2025 Pro Guide Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River. Sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha. Perfect weather this week on tap. We have had plenty of good fishing today, and we expect it to continue through the 4 days. A vast area to roam, about 60 miles, maybe plus a little. These 3 pools, 7, 8, and 9 of the upper Mississippi River. Caleb Kufall, Wisconsin native on top. Brandon Card, Tennessee, second place. Pat Schlapper, Andrew Loberg, John Cruz hanging in there. Had a good start last time. St. Clair's, JT Tompkins in there. Jay Shakurit, another Wisconsin, and across the border in Minnesota, Austin Felix. Here's a man we have spent as much time with as anyone today because he has put on a show out there. Wisconsin's Pat Schlapper, and he gets this award, Ronnie. He gets our Marathon Peak Performance.
Yeah, I think when you come down to the last event of the season, 4 days left maximum of the year, 2 guaranteed days on the classic bubble. Yeah. Gonna need it, gotta have it, and he has produced on day 1. Big time gumption or strong will to go lock up into Pool 7, take that risk. It shows off so well with everything over 3 pounds. Then he locks down, and he's now near the Stoddard region of Pool 8. He has covered some ground today, and I think we're going to see Pat, if he played it any kind of safe to the vest today on what he thought was safe, we're going to see him risk it even more throughout the rest, because now it's going to turn to, I need to win in my home state. Yeah. Possibly when I get this chance.
He'd rather have the win and in rather than win on points.
Oh, no doubt about it. And I think that winning 2 events in a season would be huge too.
4 tournaments ago, he was 89th in AOI, and after he kind of got within range and winning that one, he says, when I go to Mississippi, I'm going to go for it. I said, even if you're already near that classic cut and play it safe to make sure you make it, no, I'm going. Ronnie, you even told me he was going to go for it.
Locking up to Pool 7 says I've got more intentions of going for it than not, and now also checking a risky area, Tommy, that could be beneficial later. Great planning right now.
He's already been stuck in here during practice.
His day 1 has afforded him potentials of making this a 4-day event for Pat Schlapper.
Yeah.
A little cool down coming Friday night, too. It's going to be in the 50s both morning, Saturday, and Sunday. A little wind's going to pick up.
Might help a little bit.
speaking of guys on the bubble, he was first man out. Brandon Palaniuk of the Classic coming into this event, and unlike Pat Schlapper, has not got it done so far. Caught numbers this morning, but Tommy needs a big uptick. He's middle of the pack, and this is Bass Track, which means he may be in the 60s right now.
Good one. That's a bass. That's a good one. Oh, I think it's still on there. Come on. Problem is, I'm not gonna be able to just reach my hand in there and grab it. Come on, show me what you are.
Is it still there?
It looks
That's
like
a bass.
Looks like a little green one.
I'm pretty sure that's a...
You see a fish?
Yeah, right.
It's a bass. I got it.
There it is.
I got it. That'll help.
Could have been a shoe pick, could have been a...
I was so nervous reaching in there. I'm like, it looks green. I hope it's not a green back of a pike. Oh, we needed that bite. It's got to be a 3-pounder. Oh, I needed that so bad. I mean, he crushed it. You're gonna flop, aren't you? Come on. Yeah, we needed that bite. That was almost a 1-pound upgrade, almost a 3 1/4. Whoo, I needed that bite. Number 4 is on the other side.
Crew probably a dozen places.
I knew it was.
It will, up to 39th
good,
at least.
whatever it was when I set the hook on it.
Plus he said almost a pound cull, and what he said was a 1 1/4 bigger, so you know he had more weight than he did before. Look at that.
That is the swap out we needed. Get you clipped, even though I really highly doubt I'm gonna cull you. Yeah, God, we needed that bite. Very nice. Very nice.
One more catch like that, Tommy, he'll be close to 13 pounds, which is way different than being 10 and change.
Yeah,
Junior.
no doubt.
Oh, man. Had 2 good bites right here in practice. I'm thinking there's got to be one somewhere. Whew.
That is some heavy vegetation right there. It might be the magic spot for Brandon Palaniuk. We have to look back in on him. Right now it's time to look back in on Trey McKinney. Came into this thing tied for the lead. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, that being one of the most coveted trophies you can own as a pro.
Well, guys, going into this week, I was figuring, you know, just fish all schools and try to, like, find that type of stuff, and even that was really hard. I started off in 9 practicing. That's just because that's kind of my safe place. And didn't find anything worth locking for, because I didn't want to lock unless I could really find them. Just on the sheer fact, I don't want to forfeit it just by getting locked out somewhere. And then we came back to 8, checked a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, we've been fishing all over. We started in the Black River, now we're down in the flats. Right now I'm just flipping this grass edge, trying to catch something, because it has been tough, and I know there's fish here, so at least I do know that. But like right now, I can't figure out whether to, you know, I don't really have honestly anything. We've done everything: frogged, fished offshore, flipped, and it's kind of all been not the greatest result. But like right now, before this rain, heck, right here where I'm sitting, I could see bottom, and now I can't even see the grass edge. You got the old bongo. Now I'm just flipping a green pumpkin bongo, trying to figure out where they are, if they're deeper in the grass, shallower in the grass, and hopefully trying to get a few more bites that I missed. But it's tough. I mean, it's brutal. Like quite literally brutal. But we can't let it get to our head. You know, we have 11 and a half, maybe 11 3/4, something like that. But still not a bad bag. It's not ideal. It's definitely not what we want. But we got to start off with something. So hopefully we get a few more bites. About right in here is about the main area. So I'm gonna fish it real slow. And you can't fish anything moving. That's what I want to throw, like a swim bait, but it's literally so much floating grass, like I can't even fish that. So I'm having to literally flip down the edge that I would do that, and it's definitely not working as good. But reeling something is literally out of the question. So we got to figure out some way to catch them. And I think I might go up this little hard edge right here and frog it, just in case.
There's one that might help. Trey McKinney.
That one.
I thought that was Trey's music there for a second there, Tom. I couldn't tell if it was last week or not.
Okay, these two started out tied in points to start this day, this final event, the year 2025. And through the course of today, well, so far it's been Trey McKinney getting the worst of it. He's now down several points, almost 20 points, just shy of 20, 17 points. To Chris Johnston as it stands right now. So certainly advantage Johnston, but Trey's got about an hour and a quarter fishing time left, including travel time, though.
And Tommy, I'll say on Bass Track, we got 5 or 6 guys without Bass Track weights. We've got some guys that times have gone, awry an hour or two ago. If they both fell back 5 to 10 spots, Jay Shakur's right there in the top 10.
Yeah.
42 points back. If they get around 40, that door will be open to invite someone back in.
Trey McKinney's tied for 50th, 49th right now.
Yeah.
He can miss the cut.
And that fish, we understand, did not help him right there. He's big enough to make a cull with that one. So Trey McKinney sitting down there pretty far back, much farther than he would have wanted on this day. That is for sure. Caleb Kufal way out in front. Good lead over Brandon Card there. Schlapper, Loberg, Cruz, Tompkins, Shakur, Felix, Lee, and Schmidt. Guide Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River. 4 of the guys we were in the boat with all day today are in that first flight, so they've just got about an hour's time when you factor in travel time and so forth, maybe less than that for some of our anglers. Paul Marks, though, he's staying pretty close. He had a little bit of setback, had to sit down a while he had some repairs done to his equipment, but he is back and fishing now.
Took him an hour and a half to get back and 15 minutes to get back on the water, so kudos to the service crews for jumping on that.
Yeah,
he still needs 3 fish, though, no doubt.
Crackerjack job there, but he needs a keeper. Needs a keeper bad. Caught a few shorts since he's back out there.
I'm here. I'm gonna keep.
That'll do it.
Oh yes, small one. He's fallen from 10th to 22nd in points with 2 fish today. 10th to 22nd.
Smallie.
His 10th here in last year's Open.
Uh, 2.5.
Hold up this one. Hold it up. Nice.
It doesn't double his weight, Tommy, but 2.5 goes to the bottom line and helps him tremendously.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Compared to having just 2 keepers a minute ago. 2 more still for Paul Marks to fill out his limit, and you have to have a limit at the Mississippi River if you even want to be close to contention going forward in the tournament. We're here at the Pro Guide Battery Screen of Knowledge talking about the races that we've been emphasizing all day and all week, going into our day 1 weigh and things to keep an eye on when you're there. So we're looking at our Progressive Angler of the Year race. We obviously know Trey McKinney and Chris Johnston tied coming into this event. So wherever they finish, that can decide our Angler of the Year. 1 spot will do it. Meanwhile, 3rd and 4th with Kiyoya Fujita and Jay Shakur, they're 40 and 42 back. Patrick Walters, 52 back. Every day that we go on in this tournament, we'll begin to eliminate anglers. Obviously, everyone who is 100 points behind is eliminated from winning AOI coming in here. If these 2 anglers make the day 3 cut, Patrick Walters cannot catch them. He would be eliminated. But the big deal right now, Trey McKinney sitting just outside on Bass Track from the day 1 cut, or the day 2 cut of the top 50. He would be tied right now with Jay Shakurit, and both of them within just 10 or 15 points of Chris Johnston, something to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, a Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year race, you never want to have mechanical issues, and it's not the reasoning for Paul Marks' struggle today. He was already struggling with only 2 bass through 3+ hours of fishing on the Mississippi River, but losing a chunk of his day means that maybe he lost a chunk of his lead. He needs to get a limit because Tucker Smith 9 points behind, Easton Fothergill 31 behind. Those 2 anglers could pass him and he could fall from first to way below that. Now we also look at the weigh-in today. You'll want to keep an eye on some of these anglers as they update. The last 2 men in the Classic, Brandon Lester, Pat Schlapper, just barely in by 4 points over each other and by 2 points over Brandon Palaniuk, John Garrett. It's crazy to think that Brandon Palaniuk has won an event this year. Pat Schlapper's won an event this year. Both are the first man out and last man in. And John Garrett hasn't won an event this year, but was leading Angler of the Year starting the Lake Hartwell event and could be missing the Bassmaster Classic. We'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, we have 3 EQ events, Tommy. Those 3 spots, it could move down slightly farther for the Angler of the Year
could
list.
Be some double qualifications.
Plus the win this week. Someone inside the Classic cut could win and double qualify to then help out one more spot.
That's a big one. That's
Trey
a big
McKinney
one,
needs
dude.
this one to jump back in that
That's
race.
a really big one. Get in the boat, dude. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about, son, right here.
You talk about clutch, bro.
Oh. All right, there she is. 6-cent bongo. Green pumpkin. Gosh, right there, son. Flipping the edge of that grass. It went, I was like, yeah. Yeah, that's her. That is her. Okay. Blue. 3-pounder. Wow. River fish, man. Okay. River fish are mad. Okay, that helped us big time.
Perked up a little bit there. Yeah, got him back over to 12 pounds. Almost into the 30s, just under that. 41st place right now, so that was big. That was huge. Cuts the deficit he held before that to Chris Johnston.
So he got 3
by a
fish.
good measure.
Still has 3 fish that he put in as 2.4, 2 pounds 4 ounces.
A lot of duckweed. Not a lot of bass. Just feel like you could get a good one here.
Chris Johnston is tied for 34th with 12.5 pounds. Shakurit 7th with 15 pounds. Cutting into the 42-point lead, about 26 spots.
Oh. I don't know if that was a pike or a bass. Might have been a pike. We'll go with it was a pike.
And no, Tommy, I don't think anybody's going to get 20 pounds
No,
today.
okay, you're backing off of that. All right, well, I was waiting for you guys to offer up your predictions
All
here.
right,
Lay them
he's
out
gonna
there on the table.
Well, we may have one already with Caleb Kufall.
Could be. How about you, Ronnie?
I don't think we will. I don't think we'll hit 20, but I bet you there's 2 guys at 19 pounds. 20 is just,
Yeah.
You got to show me it before I believe it. You got to show me it.
That should be true in all cases.
We all have our hopes, but it's like, man, it's not fishing as good as it has in the past.
Must have been a pike.
Overall, through the fishery, through the field, it's not fishing as good as it has in the past. But that doesn't mean the top end weights can't get there if you do land on them. They do exist. It's just a little more difficult. And I don't know. Feels like every time we say St. Clair is going to be worse than before. St. Lawrence in 2022, we thought it was worse.
There's a couple bass. It's 3 for 3.
Yeah, those showed up big.
You think these guys aren't exactly telling us the whole truth about their practice running?
Oh, no, I believe them this time. I 100% believe them.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
Other times we know that.
Well, it's just rivers.
I think
Rivers are
truthful, but it's the fishery changes.
Yeah, their rivers are dynamic. Day to day, week to week. More water, less water. The moment you think it's going to be ideal, the less it is. You know.
Wind blows, wind doesn't blow. Sun,
no way,
clouds.
there's another one.
What will cut or chopping 10 degrees off from Friday to Saturday do? It's going to cool off a little bit. Big cool fronts coming in. May even hit us next week.
I mean, I think losing a good chunk of fishable water due to water clarity hurts more than we know. It does put more people closer together, makes those good areas a little pressured more. I think people are still figuring out. We'll know a lot more tomorrow as anglers settle in today.
We did not have any 20-pound bags at 22.
Yeah.
So, in fact, the biggest bag I think was an 18.7 from Brandon Lester.
Yeah. Mosley had the big fish, a 5.8. What do we got today? A 5 from Jonathan Kelly. 5.0. Well, could end up being near 5.8. The Open last year, we had a 19.8 from the winner on the final day. He had a big of 5.4. Cody Stahl.
20's kind of the glass ceiling here, I'm afraid.
What if some anglers really needed it today? Ben Milliken, 11th place. Dakota Eber, 12th place. Getting it done.
You know who else is getting it done, Such? Tommy. Tommy always is getting it done.
I'm not getting it done.
He's getting it.
No, phoning it in today.
3 more days left of school, Tommy.
I know. I got to start. I got to kick it into.
What are you going to wear? What are you going to wear? You got to really. I mean,
what, to school?
Some Craig Sager. You got to wear some Craig Sager these last.
Oh
few
my!
days.
What is that?
Oh, you don't know Craig
You don't
Sager?
have any crazy jackets like that?
Famous NBA reporter that wears crazy suits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I need you to wear
He
some
wears that
crazy
stuff like, what's his name from the Bengals wears?
Yellow check shirt or jackets, blazers.
Right.
You got a bigger fish than what I've got.
Like Doc Severinsen.
Yeah, there you go. Or Tommy New. I'm more like Tommy Newsom.
You guys
Me
are just
too.
going too far back. I gave you
George
a
Goble.
legend. Come on now.
I feel
We
like
have good moments today, though. It's always fun to fish. I mean, watch these guys, the best in the world, the different ways that they go about their business here. It's a real treat.
We had a touch and go. You had a tough practice, changing conditions, a day off as well, and now you're launching. Everybody on camera's got something they're fighting for. It's kind of some nervousness, not just from AOY, but Chris looked very confident. When Chris had 3 fish, Chris did not look very confident. Everybody was a little nervous today.
Got to do a little reset. It's a different place, a different week. The last week of the year, though, that's the important thing to remember. And we will settle both of those races. Rookie of the Year, Angler of the Year. It's coming up tomorrow again. Same deal tomorrow. We'll be right here on Roku and on Bassmaster.com at 8 a.m. Eastern Time and take you through day number 2.